just wanna sit and look at you, look at you. What would it matter if your friends knew? Who cares what other people say anyway? Ooh, we could go far from here and make a new world together, baby. Yeah, if you give me just one night, you're gonna see me in a new.
The director of Agency for Electronic Communication, Mr. Yeton Akiku, to take a speech.
Good morning to everyone. Igor said I will have a speech, but it's not a speech, it's more a greeting, a gratitude, and an honor for me to welcome you to the traditional international regulatory conference organized by IAC every year. Dear friends, I won't mention names because it's always a possibility to forget someone, so I will greet you as thank you to participants from the regulators from Albania, Kosovo, Turkey, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia. Thanks to the operators for being there, and thanks to the vendors for being there also. Last year we had the conference where we were talking about what are the challenges that are waiting us with the 5G to come, and now that we have 5G here, now we are going to discuss what's going on with 5G at the beginning. We will also discuss cyber security issues. I mean, that will be, we discussed it last year, and it's more probable that it will be discussed every year because it's a very important topic that concerns all of us, regulators, operators, and vendors. Thank you once more. Now I won't be too long, because I know speeches of directors are boring. I will leave the floor then for the professionals to discuss for technical and policy issues. Thank you once more. I wish we will have a sunny day as we have today, not like yesterday. That's the one I hope. So I wish a very fruitful discussion to all the participants, and to enjoy the good weather and good, let's say, view of Lake Ohrid, and tomorrow of city of Ohrid. Thanks one more. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Director, because here are present the representatives from the regulatory bodies from all the region. I would like for a few sentences as a welcome speech from their side. First, I will invite the representative from BTK from Turkey, Mr. Arif. Can you? Thank you.
Like this? Is it? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to thank everybody. I remember most of the faces from other conferences and other events, and very happy to see you here. And it's a great privilege and honor for me to address such a distinguished audience here on the occasion of conference by the IAC. Please allow me to take this opportunity to express my special pleasure of being here in this beautiful city of Struga. It's my first time, and the lake, the view, the hospitality, and of course the people are great. Thank you. I trust this conference will offer an excellent ground, not only for taking up issues, but also for the exchange of views on various matters of common interest, and thus achieving its foreseen purposes. Here today, we have 3 teams from Turkey. One of them is the guy who made cybersecurity things happen in Turkey, and the other group is from Spectrum Monitoring Development Department. As it's known, the ICT sector plays a fundamental role in development of the countries, and it's growing faster and faster ever. And with these improvements, of course, comes the cybersecurity issues. It can be seen that malicious uses and cybersecurity issues have increased, diversified, become widespread, and now turned very, very serious economic issues. So it's a very good thing to address those issues here as well. Turkey, which has adopted the principle of cybersecurity for a secure world, carries out the principle of the extensive cybersecurity activities. National Computer Emergency Response Team was established for carrying out national level coordination in order to fight against cyber incidents. And again, the head of the department here is with us. Before concluding my remarks, I would like to express my sincere thanks on behalf of my agency, Information and Communication Technologies Authority of Turkey, to all who organize and contribute to this important event. Wish you a very fruitful, successful conference for all participants. I would like to thank you again. We will have a lot of talks and discussions during the coffee breaks. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arif. Right now I'm inviting the representative from AKEP Albania to take a speech.
I'm trying to be paperless. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Dear Mr. Akiku, dear head of regulators, dear participants, thank you for organizing this event that now is converted in a traditional regulators experience exchange. And let me express also the regrets of our chairman, Mr. Frasheri, that was not able to participate himself today. 1 year has passed quickly, and we are again with new challenges in the front of us. Western Balkan countries are in fight with time due to common target, that's European Union. We, as regulators, have to fulfill our part in this moment, plenty with legal, administrative, and technical issues. 5G now is a reality in some Western Balkan economies, and very soon will be implemented in all the region. But we know very well that in these days, this development comes with augmented risks in information security, network security, and data protection. The digital agenda of Western Balkans has been a prime example of successful regional cooperation in recent years, as evidenced by the effective implementation of the Roam Like Home regime within the region, as well as the signing the EU Western Balkans roaming declaration, enabling a reduction in roaming charge between the EU and the Western Balkans as of October 2023. I want to stress also that last year, you heard already, Albania and some other Balkan countries faced large cyber attacks that caused interruption of government electronic services for more than 2 weeks. And we're lucky to have the support of giant technology companies and NATO cyber teams to stop in time the cyber attack and to protect the data and the systems. These examples show that it's very important to invest in modernized technologies like 5G, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, etc. But it's also a must to protect these investments from outside intruders, translated in cyber attacks, data leaking, or other malicious attacks. However, because of the technology and its use in enterprise infrastructure, 5G will also require more security than present commercial 5G standards. Hardware and software supply chain integrity and cybersecurity will be critical for data sovereignty and truly secure 5G. The use of 5G in government, public safety, and military will require advanced encryption capabilities to ensure secure command and control. In addition to telecommunications, critical infrastructures such as the power grid, financial markets, and banking, with their countless numbers of sensors and controls, will require advanced information and network security to include continuous monitoring for intrusion and personal privacy. Secure 5G offers the capabilities to secure the infrastructure while leading strong economic growth. Last year, AKEP has cooperated with neighbor countries, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Kosovo, signing also two agreements determining the principles, technical provisions, and administrative procedures necessary to ensure the harmonized use of the MFCN in the cross-border areas in order to ensure equal access to the spectrum and their operation without interference, as well as the use with radio frequency efficiency in these bands in cross-border areas. This year, AKEP planned to open the procedures for issuing the authorization of 5G services enter this year, assigning first the remaining 800 megahertz band and 3.4 gigahertz band. At the end, I want to wish success in this event, and I want to thank you again, Mr. Akiku, and all his staff organizing this event, and I'm very content to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Right now I'm inviting representative of Serbia from RATEL, Ms. Jelena Ivanovic, please come at the stage.
Thank you, Igor, for giving me this opportunity. Dear participants, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. My name is Jelena Ivanovic, and I'm here with my colleagues, and we come from a regulatory body for electronic communications and postal services of the Republic of Serbia. I really want to say that we are very honored to be here and to take a part in this amazing conference, and we are very happy to see all of you, our colleagues, and especially our colleagues from AEK. Thanks AEK to organizing this great conference and for the invitation, and today and tomorrow we will share with you two presentations with the topics regarding cybersecurity and user protection, and I hope that we will have great conference. I hope that we will share great knowledge, great experience, and that we'll all enjoy as always. Thank you very much. And I wish you great conference as always.
Thank you, Jelena. Please, equipe from Montenegro, Ms. Ana Vukčević.
Thank you, Igor. Distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Agency for Electronic Communications and Postal Services of Montenegro, I wish you a good morning to all, and I would like to express our highest appreciation for the opportunity to participate in this year's international conference organized by the Agency for Electronic Communications of North Macedonia. It is always a great pleasure to be here, and we consider this conference as an excellent opportunity to exchange state-of-the-art information, best knowledge practices, opinions in the field of electronic communications, for which we sincerely believe it will significantly contribute to the reliable and successful regulatory environments in the countries of this region. Since we will participate in this event with two presentations, I don't want to take more of your time in this welcoming speech part. However, I would like also to express that it is always a great pleasure for us to be here at the beautiful Ohrid Lake. This time in Struga, which is actually the first time for us to be at this really wonderful place, and we would like to thank to the host of the meeting for the opportunity to enjoy in natural beauties of Ohrid Lake and North Macedonia in general. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. And I think the last but not the least, Mr. Nazim from ARCEP, please join us here.
So, good morning to everyone. Dear Mr. Akiku, Director of AEC, dear colleagues, dear participants. First of all, I would like to thank the Director of the Agency for Electronic Communication, Mr. Akiku, for inviting us and organizing this event in a very professional way. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this conference for their dedication and commitment, bringing us together with the experts, with the policymakers, stakeholders from our neighbor countries. Their vision and foreign have provided us with a platform to share knowledge, forge partnership, and lay the groundwork for future collaboration. As we embrace the advantages of 5G and digital transformation, we must also address the associated risk. In this interconnected world, cybersecurity has emerged as a critical concern. The idea is to continue our collaboration to develop robust cybersecurity frameworks, exchange threat intelligence. By working hand by hand, we can protect our critical infrastructure, safeguard sensitive data, and build trust in the digital ecosystem. Let us embrace the power of collaboration, innovation, and shared vision of we embark on this transformation path. Together, regulators and operators can shape a future where 5G technology enhances connectivity, drives economic growth, and improves the lives of people in our societies. Our presence here today demonstrates a shared commitment to advancing our neighbors' countries' digital agendas and ensuring a prosperous and secure future for our citizens. Thank you for your attention, and may our collective effort lead us to a connected, prosperous, and secure future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the regulators, representatives of the regulators, for the welcome speech. According to the agenda, it's a coffee break time. The coffee break is before the hall here. After 10 minutes, we are continuing with the first session. Thank you.
looking for a lover who won't blow my cover. She is so hard to find. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I gotta know if your sweet love is gonna save me.
Get this party started on a Saturday night. Everybody's waiting for me to arrive. Sending out the message to all of my friends. We'll be looking flashy in my Mercedes Benz. I got lots of style at my gold diamond rings. I can go for miles if you know what I mean. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. Pumping up the volume, breaking down to the beat. Cruising through the west side, we'll be checking the scene. Boulevard is freaking as I'm coming up fast. I'll be burning rubber, you'll be kissing my dash. Pull up to the bumper, get out of the car. License plates are stunner, #1 superstar. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. Making my connection as I enter the room. Everybody's chilling as I set up the groove. Pumping up the volume with this brand new beat. Everybody's dancing and they're dancing for me. I'm your operator, you can call anytime. I'll be your connection to the party line. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. I'm coming up, so you better get this party started. I'm coming up, so you better. I realize the best part of love is the thinnest lies, and I don't come for much, but I'm not letting go. I believe there's still much to believe. So lift your eyes if you feel you can. Oh,
with all my heart. I love you, baby. Stay with me, and you will see my arms will hold you, baby. Never leave, 'cause I believe in this love, sweet love. Hear me calling out your name, darling. I feel no shame. I'm in love, sweet love. Don't you ever go away. It'll always be this way. Your heart has called me closer to you. I will be all that you need. Just trust in what we're feeling. Never leave, because baby, I believe in this love, sweet love. Hear me calling out your name, darling. I feel no shame. I'm in love, sweet love. Don't you ever go away. It'll always be this way. There's no stronger love in this world. Oh, baby, no, you're my man, I'm your girl. I'll never go. Wait and see. This can't be wrong. Don't you know this is where you belong? Oh, the sweetest to dream, a lovely baby. So stay right here. Don't you ever fear. I will be all that you need. Never leave, because baby, I believe in this love, sweet love. Hear me calling out your name, darling. I feel no shame. I'm in love, sweet love. Don't you ever go away. It'll always be this way. Sweet, sweet love, my sweet, sweet love. Sweet, sweet love, my sweet, sweet love. Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. Lightning, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you. Till they can replay. Who knows why it's gonna be this way? We say nothing more than we need. say your place when we leave. Lightning, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. And everybody's watching her, but she's looking at you.
Okay, we can start with the work program of the conference. I have the honor to start with the first session intended to 5G. In this session, we are going to see 4 presentations. The presentations will show the 5G process in the region, how 5G is implemented, and which is the status. The first presentation will be presented by Professor Wenceslav Kafedzinski from the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Information Technologies in Skopje. Professor, can you hear me? Professor? If there are any technical problems, is it okay? Okay, in that case, we are going to continue with the next presentation. We are going to...
It's okay.
It's okay, okay.
Do you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay. I had some problems with the connection.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully. Good morning to everyone, to all the participants and guests. Special thanks to Agency of Electronic Communications for inviting me to give this presentation today. I will start the presentation now. Is it on the whole screen?
Yes, yes.
It's okay. All right. My presentation is entitled 6G Vision Technologies and Standardization. I'm a professor at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Information Technologies at the University St. Cyril and Methodius in Skopje. This title is kind of very optimistic because 6G hasn't really started yet. There are some preparations for its start. Of course, there are research projects, there are a lot of papers, but in terms of standardization, we are still too far. That's why I will start today with 5G standards and continue into 5G evolution and 5G advanced and give some glimpse of 6G later in my presentation. Here we can see the evolution of mobile telecommunication systems through the past decades. Actually, there is a new G each decade. So 5G started at 2020. What is 5G? 5G is the latest iteration of cellular technology engineered to greatly increase the speed and the responsiveness of wireless networks. So very high data rates, low latency, high mobility, then very dense, great density, etc. And it enables actually dramatic increase of different types of new services and applications. There are actually 3 areas and that 5G finds applications in. This is the enhanced mobile broadband, the mission critical services or ultra low latency, high reliability, and massive Internet of Things. Mobile standards. Mobile standards are developed within ITU-R, ITU Telecommunication T, and within 3GPP project. I will talk mostly today about 3GPP development, 3G partnership project, and just here I will mention the activities within the ITUR and ITU-T. ITUR Study Group 5, Working Party 5D, is responsible for the overall radio system aspects, such as general aspects, technology aspects, and spectrum aspects of development international mobile telecommunication systems, such as IMT 2000, IMT Advanced, IMT 2020, and now IMT towards 2030 and beyond. Also, there are activities within ITU-T SG13, Study Group 13, in terms of future networks like softwareization and orchestration, information-centric networking, content-centric networking, and the application of machine learning. This year, 2023, we have the World Radio Communication Conference. Those are held every 3 or 4 years to review and, if necessary, revise the radio regulations, govern the use of the radio frequency spectrum, and geostationary and non-geostationary satellite orbits. This is a glimpse at IMT development, IMT 2020 actually, starting from development of IMT 2000 through IMT Advanced to IMT 2020. So this is basically 3G, 4G, and 5G. Then we have the timeline for IMT 2030, which has started in 2021 and is expected to finish in 2030, when we will have IMT 2030. So there are a lot of meetings within ITU on development of IMT 2030, designated here. Also, the 2 WRC conferences in 23 and year 27, which are going to regulate the spectrum for 6G. What is 3GPP? 3GPP derives global standards for cellular technology, starting from 2G, going to 3G, 4G, 5G, and now developing, going towards 5G Advanced and 6G. That's a partnership of 7 regional standard setting organizations, and it's formed to create and maintain global wireless communication standards. It's organized within 3 technical specification groups and 16 working groups. So we have radio access network, service system aspects, or SA, and core network and terminal CT. This is the 3GPP standardization timeline. Going all the way to 2030, when we will hopefully have the 6G standards. So starting from 3G in 1999, going through 4G, and then with release R15, 5G started. So we will have, we will see that in the next slide. Okay, but before that, I would like to stress the 5 inventions finding way in 5G new radio air interface, and that's the scalable OFDM, the flexible slot-based framework, advanced channel coding, massive MIMO, which means massive multiple input, multiple output antennas, and mobile millimeter wave. I will talk a little bit now about the 5G spectrum. So we have the low band, which is up to 6 gigahertz, and then the high band, which was determined in WRC 19, going up to 100 gigahertz. So this is for 5G. We have licensed spectrum, shared license spectrum, and unlicensed spectrum within the bands below 1 gigahertz, 1 to 6 gigahertz, and above 6 gigahertz. These are some of the new bands that were assigned to release 15. So in 3 gigahertz, 4 gigahertz, 24 gigahertz, 31 gigahertz, and 37 gigahertz. But also in phase 2, 5G phase 2, which is release 16 actually, the bands between 50 gigahertz and 100 gigahertz were also allocated. Actually, release 15 was late and it ended in June 2019, not in June 2018, but it was frozen in March 2019. And release 16, in fact, ended also later in 2020. So 5G spectrum actually will cover up to 100 gigahertz, and then 6G spectrum will cover spectrum above 100 gigahertz, going into even sub-terahertz band, then going to terahertz band, which starts at 300 gigahertz, and then visible light, which is even higher. But actually, there is some spectrum assigned to 6G also within this 50 gigahertz bandwidth. So it's from 6 or actually 7 to 24 gigahertz, and then high bands, which are starting from 52 gigahertz to 90 gigahertz for 5G evolution, and then from 90 to 300 gigahertz for 6G sub-terahertz bands. Or there is another nice picture here in terms of pyramid, which shows which bands are assigned to different, to 5G or 6G. So we can see again 6G above 100 gigahertz, and here mid-high bands at 7 to 20 gigahertz. Comparison of 5G and 6G technology, or actually between millimeter waves and terahertz and visible light communication, terahertz and visible light communication going to high frequencies, providing high data rates, but there is high propagation loss there. And actually visible light have some advantages in terms of they can propagate underwater, but then there is no electromagnetic interference, but then there is a problem because we need a line of sight to cover larger distances, and they don't penetrate through opaque objects. Here is again the 5G, 6G timeline. So actually 5G basics were covered in release 15, then we have 5G evolution in releases 16 and 17, and 5G advanced releases 18 through 20, and then 6G basics release 21 through 23, ending sometime in 2029 or 2030. We have here, we can see that actually release 15, 16, and 17 have been frozen already. 15 frozen in 2019, release 16 in 2020, and release 17 in 2022. And actually now with the release, which is open, and there is a lot of work within this release, is release 18. Here's the timeline of releases 16 and 17. We can see that 17 actually goes through 22, and 16 ended in June 20. Technologies for these releases are given here. I don't have much time to cover all these. So there are in release 15, I mentioned already some of the new technologies. Then in release 16, we have 5G NR cellular, we have unlicensed spectrum, industrial IoT, broadcast, massive IoT positioning, integrated access and backhaul. And then in release 17, we have enhancements of all this, expand side link, especially for vehicular communication, NR Lite, new radio light, which is scaled down version of new radio. Then centimeter accuracy, new spectrum above 52.6 gigahertz, etc. Release 17 timeline. It ended actually ended in the middle of 22, although it was supposed to end before that. Main features of release 17 are given here. So MIMO, sidelink, new spectrum, dynamic spectrum sharing, etc., etc. There is a lot of points here. I cannot go through all of this, but maybe most important features I can mention, that's the reduced capability, RedCap, which is actually the NR Lite. Then the new radio sidelink enhancements, then unmanned aerial vehicle enhancements, improvements to 5G RAN, and enhancement of 5G industrial Internet of Things. Release 18 timeline, it's expected to end sometime in June next year, 2024. So there is a lot of work. This is the active release right now. Again, here the same timeline. So there is work going in RAN 1 group, in RAN 3 working, RAN 2, RAN 3, and RAN 4 working group. All the projects are listed here. Those are mainly enhancements of release 17. There is also work in SA2 group, and projects going on within this group are listed here. I cannot really go through all of these. Some of the release 18 technologies: advanced MIMO, enhanced mobility, mobile integrated access and backhaul, duplexing, green networks, introduction of AI, machine learning, evolution of NR Lite or RedCap, expanded sidelink, expanded positioning, drones, etc. So basically, extension of all the technologies that were in release 17. Flagship features. Increased importance of AI and machine learning, then this reduced capability or NR Lite option, extended reality, that is becoming very important, and energy efficiency, of course, one of the sustainable development goals. And now we have preparation for release 19, and right now there is a process of determination of subjects on which they're going to work. It's expected to end actually, release 18 is expected to end next year in June, and release 19 is just starting. Start date was actually in 21, but it is really starting right now. Here there are some of the agreed study item descriptions of release 19 SA1 group. Now going into 6G. 6G should be really new evolution into new realms, like moving from an era of connected society to one of connected everything, then transformation from connected people and things to connected intelligence, and the trend towards smart society. In addition to the enhanced mobile broadband, massive machine type communication, and ultra reliable low latency communication, AI, artificial intelligence, and sensing are becoming two new usage scenarios in 6G. It will provide communication links between the physical, cyber, and biological worlds, truly ushering an era in which everything will be sensed, connected, and intelligent. So it will be the platform for connected intelligence. Motivations and drivers, societal and environmental benefits, expanded and differentiated services with novel experience, which is the customer requirements, and then operational necessities to create and deliver enhanced value. The cycle that is going 6G cycle from vision through invention, through proof of concept, standardization, and commercialization. And we are actually still in vision and invention stadium, and standardization will come later, of course. So basically, I cannot right now talk too much about 6G standards. We can instead talk about 6G pillars, and those are multi-platform network. Of course, standardization will be, as we said later, which will be important. The ecosystem for devices and systems, then of course R&D finance, then innovative solutions and spectrum. Part of it will be allocated at this year, WRC, and then we have WRC 27. As I mentioned, we will have unified world. So the physical world, human world, and digital world will unite into one world. I will talk a little bit about the metaverse a little later. So this will be one unified world, and the communication, the 6G will enable to us to have this unified world. Of course, 6G has to meet the UN SDGs, and I already talked, maybe here it's better to explain this. Important is digital inclusion of everyone, affordability, coverage of low density areas, environmental impact is important, energy efficiency is very important, electromagnetic field awareness, and resilience. All these societal requirements are very important. Use cases, we have extension of EMBB, MMTC, and URLLC, and we will have combinations of those, as we can see here, going from triangle to hexagon. But also this is very interesting, where we go from triangle to this pyramid, where we add AI and sensing. This is actually maybe the most insightful picture, where artificial intelligence and sensing are becoming the new and very important use cases of 6G, in addition to those three from 5G. So native AI capability. We will have AI used for network optimization, operation, administration, and management. And on the other side, we will have network for AI or AI as a service. So both these ways will be exploited. And similarly, network sensing. So we will have the network as a sensor to sense and better understand the physical world, using the radio wave transmission, reflection, and scattering, but also other means of sensing, imaging, radars, etc. But also we will have sensing assisted communication. So this sensing the environment will assist communication such as beamforming, etc. Joint or integrated sensing and communication design will also be a very hot topic, where we would like to design a common device that will sense and communicate at the same time. This is image explaining that. 6 usage scenario, again, where we add to those 3, we add ubiquitous connectivity, immersive communication, extreme communication, integrated sensing and communication, AI, and we have, of course, massive communication. What are the requirements for 6G? Extreme high data rate capacity, extreme low latency, extreme coverage extension, extreme high reliability, extreme low energy and cost, and extreme massive connectivity and sensing. And something similar is shown here, where use cases and requirements are related. And we have those requirements in this picture to the left, and also in the table to the right, we have comparison of rates, latency, mobility, spectral efficiency of 5G and 6G. So there is very high increase or reduction actually of latency of 10 times, but increase in some of other in the rate, mobility, and spectral efficiency. Applications are numerous. There is myriad of applications: extended reality, quantum machine learning, telemedicine, blockchain, visible light communication, terahertz, quantum computing, edge AI, biointernet of things, connected autonomous vehicle, 3D networks, federated learning, and haptic communication. And here we can see all those applications shown in one network, where we will have healthcare, industrial automation, UAVs, space connectivity, autonomous vehicles, holographic transportation, precision agriculture, etc. Key enabling technologies: terahertz communication, holographic beamforming, cell-free massive MIMO, artificial intelligence, blockchain, quantum communication, edge intelligence, intelligent reflecting surfaces, new multiple access techniques, new coding techniques, and zero energy interface. From vendor perspective, I show here 2 of the vendors, Nokia and Huawei, and we can see similar things: network as a sensor, network sensing, native AI shows at both sides. Then we have integrated non-terrestrial network, extreme connectivity, sustainability, new spectrum technologies, and security, of course, and trust. For instance, what is intelligent reflecting surface or reconfigurable intelligent surface? It's called either IRS or RIS. So those are meta surfaces, intelligent surfaces, which will reflect signals which will actually receive signals from the base station and reflect those signals towards the users. And basically, we don't need to have line of sight communication between the base station and the user equipment, but we will have those reflecting intelligent surfaces which will receive and then reflect the waves toward the user. This can be used even indoors. So we can put those surfaces on the walls and, of course, on the buildings in outdoor scenario. integrated NTN, non-terrestrial network. Very important because now we have drones, we have low and high altitude platforms, and of course satellites, which are low Earth orbit and then going up to geo satellites. So this is actually one integrated network of terrestrial and non-terrestrial network. And this will gain much more importance in coming years because of the proliferation of drones, of LEO satellites, etc. So here I give one network example where we have all kinds of networks here, even cell-free network. We have NTN and of course terrestrial network here using this RIS, as we can see on the building. And just finishing my presentation with the metaverse, which is now expression much talked about. This actually is combining the real world with the virtual world, which is virtual mirror world to simulate reality, and virtual native world, a new virtual world. XR, extended reality, will play a major source here, but actually metaverse is combining all these worlds. And maybe that is the future which we will live in. I will end with these 10 metaverse use cases in homes, offices, cinemas, stadiums, Disney virtual characters, vacations, malls, hospitals, colleges, factories. Thank you very much for your attention. Any questions?
Thank you, Professor. This was a presentation that shows how the world will move from 5G to 6G, some kind of prediction, but we are still in a stage of implementing 5G.
Yes, yes. And actually just research of 6G. But who knows, maybe there will be some revolutionary technologies that will come in the following years. Because 5G was not really a revolution, it was more evolutionary development compared to 4G. But maybe there will be new Shannon or Einstein, and maybe we will have some new revolutionary discoveries in the upcoming years.
This could be. So I will ask from the audience if there are any questions for the professor. Okay, if no questions, we can move to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, and have a nice work of the conference.
Thank you. So we are going back to reality with the next presentation from Ms. Anna Vukcevic. She will show the status of 5G in Montenegro, please.
Thank you, Igor. Hello again. Okay, today I will speak about 5G Spectrum Award and network development in Montenegro. Oops. Okay, sorry. In our country, 3 network operators provide mobile services with approximately from 30 to 35% of market share per each of them. 7 radio frequency bands are currently in use, from 700 MHz band as the lowest up to 3.6 GHz band. Technologies starting from 2G still in use up to 5G have been deployed. 5G new radio, in particular 3GPP release 15. 5G new radio based on DSS technique in our country has been implemented in 1800 MHz band, 2 and 2.6 GHz band. 5G new radio non-standalone has been implemented starting from April this year in 3.6 GHz band in the capital Podgorica and municipalities at the coast of our country. These days, new radio standalone implementation also in 3.6 GHz band has just begun. In cities, voice traffic is predominantly provided by UMTS and data traffic completely by LTE. According to the software-based predictions, results from April this year, LTE-based coverage was provided to approximately 97.9% of population, while LTE 10 megabits per second in downlink was provided to approximately 97.5% of Montenegrin population. Here I did not present results regarding new radio 5G, but in April 2022 one of operators provided coverage in this technology for 75% of population in our country, and these days, since all three operators are intensively conducting the network rollout, we believe that at the next calculation period after the second quarter this year, these results will be even higher. After the auctions in 2016 and 2021, spectrum allocations to these three network operators, as you can see from this slide, were quite balanced in the 5 radio frequency bands that were used in that time. Preparations for 5G Spectrum Award in so-called 5G Pioneer bands started at the beginning of 2022. The agency designed the strategy of this Spectrum Award in order to achieve several objectives simultaneously, although some of these objectives are to some extent even conflicting. From our perspective, the most important objective of this award was to enable availability of mobile broadband services of a certain quality to all populated areas and as wide as possible territory of our country. The agency took into account all these objectives as well as current circumstances at our national market, and decided to conduct a multi-band spectrum auction in 700 MHz band, 3.6 and 26 GHz band in a public bidding procedure with full application of technological neutrality, for which we believe it will provide the maximum spectrum valorization. The subject of public bidding were radio frequency blocks in these 3 frequency bands divided into different categories of reserved and unreserved spectrum. The reserved spectrum was planned for potential new entrants into the market, and unreserved spectrum for all qualified bidders. In this spectrum auction, there was no new entrants into the market, so according to the auction rules, all available blocks were subject of the main auction phase, intended for all qualified bidders. All 3 mobile network operators obtained the status of qualified bidders. According to the law on electronic communications, in this public bidding, the licenses were issued with a period of 15 years validity, and reserve price per block in each band, in each category, were determined by the competent Ministry of Economic Development and Tourism, which for this reason engaged the external consulting company to prepare and elaborate. Methodology that was used by this consulting company in the elaborate was based on a benchmark analysis of reserved and achieved prices for the spectrum auctions for specific frequency bands that were conducted in CPT countries in the last 5 years. Also, they took into account achieved prices in the previously conducted spectrum auctions in our country in 2016 and 2021. Also, a very important factor, the annual fees to be paid for the use of these radio frequency bands. And last but not least, coverage requirements and 5G network obligations that were established by the agency within a draft public bidding document. So these requirements were available at the time of preparation of this elaborate. Also, some adjustments to demographic and macroeconomic parameters of our country have been applied. Given that usually the reserved prices should be set at the value which is slightly lower than estimated prices in order to achieve a realistic market value of the spectrum in competitive bidding procedure, the ministry decided to reduce these estimated prices for 20%. So the reserved price per block represented 80% of estimated price. This decision was exclusively motivated in order to stimulate the fastest possible 5G network deployment in our country, bearing in mind the coverage obligations prescribed by the agency. The public bidding procedure was initiated in October last year. Before the real auction started, the agency organized a training for bidders for the use of electronic auction system that was provided by consulting company Specure. We also organized a trial or mock auction, and the real auction started in the second half of December, lasted several days. The agency issued a decision on selection of bidders after the New Year holidays, after which all winners in the spectrum auctions were obliged to pay for one-off fees to the budget of Montenegro. As soon as this payment has been executed, the agency issued the approvals for the use of frequencies or licenses in February this year. The format of the spectrum auction was designed by the agency with support of Specure, in particular for the implementation of the auction rules in the software. This process was envisaged in 2 stages, principal stage and assignment stage. The principal stage determined how many generic frequency blocks should be awarded to each winner of the auction in each frequency bands in a certain categories, while the assignment stage determined which specific frequency blocks should be awarded according to the results of the primary auction phase, so particular positions on the frequency axis. The principal stage of the auction was planned into 2 phases, a pre-auction phase as a bidding for a reserved spectrum for new entrants into the market. However, as there was no new entrants, the principal stage started directly with the main auction phase that was consisted of also 2 parts, bidding in a simple clock format within several primary auction rounds and 1 supplementary bidding round that has been conducted for the frequency blocks which remain unawarded after the last primary auction round. There were 5 primary auction rounds and 1 supplementary round, after which we conducted the assignment stage separately for each frequency band in the form of a seal bid auction for each band in particular. All bids in this spectrum auction were obliged to be submitted as a package bids and as such were considered by the agency. There was 167 auction rules in detail contained in the public bidding documents. In this spectrum auction, there was no interest expressed for the unpaired part of 700 MHz band and 26 GHz band, so these blocks in these 2 categories remained unawarded. However, all frequency blocks in the paired part of 700 MHz band and all available blocks in 3.6 GHz band were awarded to these 3 operators, and as you can see from this graph, again the spectrum allocations among them in these 2 frequency bands are quite balanced. Here you may see specific radio frequency blocks and revenues generated by each of these mobile operators in a specific frequency band. The total amount of revenues generated for the budget of Montenegro was around 8.8 million euros. That amount actually represents the increase of total reserved prices of awarded blocks for 14%. All 3 mobile operators that are winners of this auction publicly declared that they are satisfied with the results and how the procedure was conducted, so the agency also considered the spectrum auction as successful. Coverage requirements and 5G network deployment obligations were established in detail within public bidding documents, and after the auction these requirements became an integral part of the licenses issued. Each license holder in 700 MHz band is obliged by the end of 2024 to provide coverage for at least 97% of population according to the criterion 10 megabits per second in downlink, 3 megabits per second in uplink, based on user experience. By the end of 2026, according to the same criterion, to provide coverage for at least 98% of population. They are also obliged to cover 5 rural areas selected by each operator from the list of rural areas that were predetermined by the agency within the public bidding documents. All highways and intercity roads should be covered by the end of 2026, and all regional roads by the end of 2030. There are also coverage obligations regarding aquatorium of the Montenegrine part of the Skadar Lake, Boka Kotorska Bay, territorial waters of Montenegro up to 1 nautical mile from the coast that should be covered by the end of 2026, as well as certain parts of national parks by the end of 2030. Each license holder in 3.6 GHz band is obliged to provide by the end of 2026 5G network signal for at least 75% of population according to the criterion 30 megabits per second in downlink, 10 megabits per second in uplink, and by the end of 2030 according to the criterion 100 megabits per second downlink, 30 for the uplink. 5G networks based on 3.6 GHz band should be implemented in all cities by the end of 2024. 50% of population should be covered by the end of 2026, and all populated areas by the end of 2030. The usage of 700 megahertz band by mobile services in a substantial part of our country where one half of total population live was not possible in 2022 and before due to harmful interference originated from digital terrestrial television from the Republic of Albania operating in a transmitter, operating in certain areas of Shkodër and Tirana. For this reason, administration of Montenegro and Albania conducted several bilateral and multilateral coordination meetings in order to find the solution mutually acceptable to solve this issue. I would like to emphasize that administration of Albania spent significant efforts which resulted in a successfully implemented provisional transition plan of DTT services in Albania. This provisional transition plan of DTT services in particular allotment areas of Shkodër and Tirana implies that transmitters previously using channels 51 and 53, which overlaps with the uplink part of 700 MHz band for mobile services, starting from February this year, operate on channels 54 and 56, which overlap with the duplex gap and SDL. This release of the upper part of the 700 MHz band in the Republic of Albania in these allotment areas significantly contributed to more reliable 5G network operations in our country, for which we would like to express highest appreciation to the administration of Albania and their operators for cooperativity and understanding. At the end, some conclusions. 5G spectrum award is certainly a complex process and it requires careful strategy in order to achieve expected results. Timely award of radio frequencies in our country in 2021 and 2022 enable all three mobile operators to start 5G network implementation and service provision, while revenues generated for the budget of Montenegro represent the realistic market value of the spectrum. Also, substantial investments are expected from mobile operators in order to meet these coverage requirements and 5G network deployment obligations, which will, to our opinion, in longer term, significantly contribute to social and economic benefits in our country. I remain at your disposal if you may have any questions, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Do you have any question? Yes, please, Mr. Arif.
Hello again. Arif from Turkey. I wanted to learn about your quality of service parameters, obligations. As you mentioned in your 700 megahertz, you have defined your responsibilities and obligations for the operators. What are the quality of service parameters?
The quality of service parameters, as I don't know whether you can present the slide again. No, okay. So in 700 megahertz band, okay, go on, I will. Okay, this one. So we have different, let's say, quality of service parameters in different periods that are expected. As you may see, for 700 megahertz band, this is 10 megabits per second in downlink, 3 megabits per second in uplink, based on user experience. By the end of 2024, in this particular frequency bands, for this percent, 97% of population. But also we have in 3.6 gigahertz band, by the end of 2026, different criterions, 30 megabits per second downlink, 10 megabits per second uplink, by the end of 2026, and 100 megabits per second downlink, 30 uplink by the end of 2030. Because we consider this as something that is achievable in a realistic environment of our country. And of course, we will, in the end of these periods, conduct the verifying of meeting these coverage and network deployment obligations by a combination of several methods, software calculations, in-field measurements, also with some user applications, and also using data provided by the operators.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? Jane.
Jan Jakimovski, Agencija za elektronske komunikacije. I would like to ask you one question regarding the software which you used for performing the auction. Can you give us the information how much does it cost and how much you pay for the support for performing the auction?
Yes, thank you. We use the software provided by consulting company Specure that was chosen within the public tender. According to our financial plan for the previous year, we predicted some amount of money that was 150,000 euros dedicated for the purpose of obtaining of this software. So we had, let's say, the upper limitation regarding the finances for this activity. And actually, just few companies applied at the tender procedure, because many consulting companies consider that 150,000 euro is not so much for the provision of these services. However, we did not expect the whole package, starting from design of the auction format strategies and so on, to be provided by that company. We actually just wanted close cooperation in checkings of our strategy position, which was already developed within the team of the agency, and to incorporate that design into some, let's say, licensed softwares which are reliable for the conducting of this process. So for that, let's say, for that perspective, we believe that 150,000 euros was enough. But in case that that the regulator expect, let's say, the whole package, then it should be probably planned more money than that. This model, this auction format which we choose, actually was a combination of some very known and already developed auction formats, but we combine it in a way to reflect situation at our market to some extent, but also to meet these objectives that we set at the beginning. So basically, although it seems a little bit complicated at a first glance, it is actually a combination of very simple auction formats in one procedure.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? In that case, I would like to ask something. What is happening after expiring the issued licenses according to the your law on electronic communication? Can you explain us?
Okay. We issue some licenses for 5 frequency bands in spectrum auctions in 2016 and 2021, which will expire in 2031. In this case, we issue licenses for 15 years, so it means it will be the expiration of that licenses longer than previously issued, because the 15 years is the maximum according to the current version of the law, which is actually the law from 2009. And we expect in near future the transposition of electronic communication code in our country. And with that document, we also expect that there will be some provisions regarding how this duration of these licenses will be treated in order to let's say, satisfy the expectations of the European Commission regarding with the application of the code itself. But since it is still in drafting phase, today I do not have specific information how this will be, let's say, treated after the endorsement of this law, but I hope that at the next occasion when we will meet in Budva this year, I believe, we will have more information on that.
Okay, thank you. And one short question. Regarding 3.6 gigahertz, did you define any synchronization frame?
Yes, actually in 3.6 gigahertz band we defined synchronization very simply according to the current applicable CPT ECC recommendation. I believe it's number 2003. And there are also provisions that the agency may change the synchronization in this band in case that such change is required for more efficient spectrum use. And if the operator does not apply this synchronization in 3.6 gigahertz band, then he should apply the reduction of power according to the Bylaw Act, which is titled the Radio Frequency Arrangement for the use of 3.6 gigahertz band, where we in detail specified these technical requirements, because they are, as you know, very extensive, and in the licenses we just refer to that Bylaw Act, which can be updated if necessary. For 26 gigahertz band, we also established some synchronization conditions, but in this band there was no, for this band there was no interest, so for the time being it will not be applied.
Okay, thank you very much for the answers. Since we don't have any question, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And right now, I'm inviting the next presenter from Markep, Mr. Ilir Imeri. He should be present online. Yes, please,
Yes.
with your presentation.
Do you hear me first?
Yes, of course, we are hearing you.
Perfect. And also, do you see the screen? Yes, my
Yes, yes,
presentation?
everything is correct.
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. First of all, hello to everybody. And I want to thank AEC for invitation to participate in this important conference. I heard that you have enjoyed last night cocktail reception. You know, it's of course always a pleasure and good opportunity to exchange our views and experience about current initiative and challenges, of course, in electronic communications sector in the region, and also to discuss our role as a NRA, as a regulator in digital transformation process. In my presentation, I will try to share our experience as ARCEP in 5G authorization process and the current status on 5G deployment. But first, maybe I will present briefly just a few slides on our regulatory framework and of course some words about market indicators with the focus on broadband. You all know this generation of mobile technologies, or how we call it Gs. I mean, first generation or first G, second G, and now today 5G, and tomorrow, of course, 6G, as a professor explained very well in his first presentation. I'm not going to go in detail here, but what I want to say here is that along with these technologies or these Gs, always existed some other Gs, G1, G2, and so on, meaning generations of regulation. And as you can see, every generation has had an important goal in the regulation of electronic communications sector. But if you see in practical terms, and from the perspective of history and governments and regulatory bodies in many countries, I'm not saying in all countries, don't get me wrong here, but in many countries have imposed many barriers to operators and sometimes too much regulation, which in some cases may have influenced also the industry and innovation process. And even though sometimes we do not notice, by trying to get as much as we can from the market, for example, during the auction process, regulators are acting, I mean, they are trying to get from one-off fee as much as we can. And in this case, I mean, we are acting as a tax collector, which is, of course, not and shouldn't be our goal here. Since we are not too much innovative, frankly speaking, we have to listen a little bit more industry and work closely with the mobile operators and all other stakeholders to address challenges, and most important, to focus on the consumer protection. Here is a paragraph I took from Article 3 of our law on electronic communication. Even though this law is not in line with the current EU regulatory framework or ECC, these principles, I will say, are very much relevant and, of course, important for regulation of electronic communication sector. And to continue discussion from previous slide, I have asked some of my colleagues, what is your view, or how do you understand the principle of...
Excuse me, yeah. Mr. Riller, can you change the slides during...
I already did. It's...
Because nothing happens here.
Do you see now?
Yes, just the first slide.
Just the first slide?
The title, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, but in my computer I can see it all, but...
Yeah, it starts to count right now.
Do you see the third slide now?
Third slide, yes, it is third slide.
And do you see now this?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe, did you hear my voice? I tried to explain these principles or not?
Yes, of course.
Yes, I mean, to continue our discussion from previous slide, I have asked some of my colleagues, what is your view, or how do you understand the principle, for example, of efficient scarce resource management? How do you see implementation of this principle? Well, same question to 5 persons, and I have received 5 different answers. And as you may expect, the majority of answers are that frequencies are important. We should get, are very expansive. We should get as much as we can, and so on and so forth, which shouldn't be, our role as a regulator. Do you see this next slide?
Maybe it's better to start with slideshow.
Do you see now? Okay, I will continue.
Yes.
I will not put in full screen option, maybe.
Maybe it's much better to put full screen option.
But I am putting here, but I don't know why you are not seeing, because now it's full screen option, but when I change it, you cannot see it.
Okay.
So do you see now, Igor?
No, it's not full screen, but you can change it manually if you can. Yeah.
Do you see this picture of current regulatory framework?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm very sorry about this. So in my view, it's not the most important thing what kind of regulatory framework do you have, but rather how do you implement it. And as you can see in this slide, there's a package of laws which regulate electronic communication and ICT sector in Kosovo. And current law on electronic communication is based, even though it's based on all the EU regulatory framework. However, we as a NRA started to, adopt some secondary legislation based on ECC. We expect that very soon, by the end of this year, everything to be finished from the government and then to pass in the assembly for the next year. And also there are some other law, I'm not going in detail here, about critical infrastructure, which telecommunication, of course, is one of the main critical infrastructure here. And the next slide now, maybe you can see it, I hope you can see it. With regards to the sector policy, Ministry of Economy, in coordination with RCAP, has already finalized a strategy document and action plan. We call it Digital Agenda for Kosovo 2030, which of course is in line with EU Digital Agenda, and the core of this document is future development of 5G. This is a cross-sectorial government strategy and defines the policy and priorities of Kosovo in the context of ongoing digital transformation, and has foreseen 5 strategic objectives. First one is about advanced secure digital infrastructure. Then second is digital transformation of businesses. Third is digitalization of public services. Next is about digital skilled population and innovative R&D ecosystem. And the last one is about cybersecurity ecosystem. This is the broadband value chain picture. While in mobile market, we have only 2 players. In fixed market, we have around 80 ISPs, and from them, at least 50 are active in the market. Majority of these ISPs are resale and operate mainly in rural areas. There are also 5 wholesale ISPs operating in all territory of the country. And what is unique, I would say, and important to mention, is that they have their own infrastructure. So we are speaking about 5 nationwide infrastructure, and comparing to other countries, maybe we have a infrastructure-based competition at the access level, with the most of the time several networks for the same customers. And yes, we as a NRA have used the regulatory tools based on also EU regulatory recommendation framework for market regulation. However, despite the regulatory framework, which is in place and in force, wholesale options are not being used so far by the operators for access. With regards to the infrastructure sharing, passive sharing is applied mainly between electricity providers and ISPs, and also dark fiber. It is important here to mention that there is a successful implementation of the project from the Ministry of Economy, so-called Kosovo Digital Economy Project, or KODE, in cooperation with the World Bank. And the goal was to improve broadband development, or how they call, to cover all white areas in Kosovo. All wholesale ISPs are connected through their fiber with all neighboring countries. and they also provide the international connectivity for the rest of regional and local ISPs. And finally, I want to mention here, according to the recent report published by Emerging Europe, Kosovo is ranked second for ICT infrastructure in Europe and the first for the number of ICT students per 100 population, which of course is good news. And just some few words about fixed market. As we can see from 2013 until last year, we have continuous increase of fixed broadband penetration. And with regards to the penetration, by the end of last year, fixed broadband penetration has reached around 100% per household. Also, the large number of players in the market has enabled creation of, I would say, consolidated market. What is unique here to mention is that incumbent operator owns around only 6% of the market, while 94% alternative operators. And largest ISP owns around 30% of the market in terms of subscribers. And in terms of technology, we used for the provision of broadband services, coax, cable, or DOCSIS 3.0 is the major technology. And the fiber technology is increasing significantly in recent years. I mean, the only operator are investing in fiber now. With regards to mobile broadband, currently in the market are two MNOs, Telecom of Kosovo with 48% market share and IPCO Telecommunication with 50%. Until November actually not last year, but 2019, in the market were also two MVNOs. However, in 2019, Telecom of Kosovo and this MVNO failed to renew their agreement, and MVNO stopped its operation in the market, and all its number were transferred to the host MNO, in this case, Telecom of Kosovo. And the second MVNO is still active, but provides only machine-to-machine communication. With regards to the penetration, we have reached 100% active penetration, and with regards to mobile broadband, only 85%. Incumbent operator this year started to invest in the core and access network, and the plan is actually to phase out 3G very, very soon by the end of 2025. Now, to go back in the first slide of my presentation, first, when we started to draft this document, frequency release plan, this document, we discussed it with the expert team here in ARCAP, and we discussed what is our goal here. I mean, what we want to achieve with this process of 5G award. And here in these slides are shown some regulatory objectives. And based on this objective, we have proceeded actually with the evaluation of one-off fee or price per megahertz per population. As you can see, the majority of this objective listed here have impact on decision on fee level. For example, increasing the quality of service, deploying 5G in rural areas, and so on. All this objective will require lower spectrum fees. Also, during the assignment process, ARCAP took into consideration all relevant EU recommendations specified in EU Connectivity Toolbox, with the focus to improve the business environment and to promote infrastructure sharing and combining coverage obligation with financial incentives. And the conclusion, as you can see here, is to achieve all this objective, it is necessary to make available sufficient amount of spectrum, I would say in timely manner and at appropriate price. Here on the right of this slide it's shown the process so far, and next phase will be around the year 2025. So between 2023 actually and 2025. Also 700 megahertz, another important pioneer band. Igor, do you see the slide?
No, we cannot see.
Now, do you see it?
Yes, right now, yes.
Then I will continue here, because when I put in my full screen option, you cannot see it. I'm very sorry. I don't know what is happening. I wanted to say that about 700 megahertz frequency band, another important pioneer band, but due to the fact that this band is currently managed by the IMC, another institution in Kosovo, we couldn't be able to open in this phase. And we expect by the end of the year or latest in the beginning of next year, this band to be released by broadcasting providers to be ready for 5G. Frequency release plan already approved by ARCEP and covers all frequency bands with economic value, important economic value. So starting from 700 megahertz until 26 gigahertz. Along with frequency release plan, we have reviewed also frequency allocation table in line with the common allocation, European common allocation table, and also we have divided frequency band 800 megahertz and 3.5 in frequency blocks. So 2 times 10 megahertz for 800 megahertz and 100 megahertz capacity 3.5. As you can see in the second table, we have foreseen 90 megahertz also for private 5G or local use only. It is important to mention here that 20 megahertz capacity in frequency band 3.5 was in use for the provision of fixed wireless access services by one of MNO. And based on CPT reports, there are several options to defragment this band and make available for 5G. There are several possibilities for this case. For example, early termination of licenses, move into alternative bands, liberalization of existing authorization to enable 5G, or to move in one part of existing bands in order to have enough capacity for 5G. And what we actually done here, we have moved this 20 megahertz capacity to another part of the 3.5 gigahertz band, frequency adjustment, and assigned 80 megahertz capacity to this operator so that the total capacity is 100 megahertz in one block. Now, this is our methodology for calculating the price. In general, valuation methodologies can be classified in 2 main categories, benchmarking and so-called business modeling. And under benchmarking, there are also some other categories like direct benchmarking, adjusted benchmarking, and econometric analysis. We have decided to use actually direct benchmarking because, first of all, it's not too complex. It's very easy to use, and it's considered the most transparent method to set the spectrum value. And the reason is that this methodology uses market value information, so from other public auction. And our work was divided in, as you can see, in several steps, starting from model development, data collection, calculations, and final results. And here are shown some key parameters. First one is about countries included. We have selected European countries, including regional countries. Second is the year of auction. Since the valuation is done for 3.5 frequency band, we have used auction from 2018 and onward. So total 14 countries, 14. And also since the auction licenses were issued for different duration, in some cases we have 15 years, in some other 20 years, in some other less than 15 years or more than 20 years. Therefore, the resulting price for each auction has to be adjusted to the same duration of the license. And also, since the auction were organized in different years, the resulting price for each auction has to be adjusted for inflation. Also, we have seen that auction licenses were issued in different countries with different GDP or economic environments and priced in local currencies. Therefore, the resulting price for each auction has to be adjusted for PPP or purchasing power parity. Finally, after using all these parameters and a statistical method for eliminating extreme values, for example, between 5% and above 95% of final price, we have found our results, which are here in this table. Final results. So for 800 megahertz band one-off fee was 0.177 euro per megahertz per population, and for 3.6, 0.0238 euro per megahertz per population. However, taking into consideration our objectives specified in the frequency release plan, and in order to facilitate the deployment of 5G network in all territory of country, we have decided to decrease or to apply a discount about 50%. And this is the final price. And these values are applicable only for license duration for 15 years. Since our authorization for operator was for 20 years, so we have issued authorization for not for 15, but for 20 years, then we have calculated the price using these two formulas. You know, using weighted average cost of capital, which in our case is calculated 11.3. And yes, also it's possible to calculate price per month if it's necessary. These are final results for two mobile operators. I want to mention here that RCAP offered the opportunity to pay one-off fee in installments, and maximum was 10 installments. With other words, to pay one-off fee within 10 years. Even though we propose this option of payment to both operators, only one has used it. We consider that this possibility to pay one-off fee in installments may lower the cost of capital and may help operators to invest actually and to have more free capital. This could have a positive effect on the speed of network deployment and coverage. Another important issue here is that we have proposed for the first time ever in our institution, so-called grace period, meaning that operator will pay first installment or one-off fee after 2 years. And in our case, they will pay only in 2025 first installment. And of course, since we have decreased the price and many other incentives for 5G deployments, we wanted to be sure that they will invest. Therefore, RCAP has imposed some coverage obligation. They are not, frankly speaking, very strict. Let's say to put also some quality of service parameters here, but according to this obligation, by the end of 2029, operators should cover 90% of the population with 5G. Second thing is about untrusted or high-risk vendors. We have seen also in EU level approach, they took, different countries they have implemented in different options. So we have decided to put some obligation in frequency authorization here. And the third thing here is about the installments. I mentioned in my previous slide that RCAP has allowed to pay in installment. If you can see also in EU regulatory connectivity toolbox, it is foreseen that in case of application of installments, it is allowed to apply an interest rate. And in our case, we have applied the interest rate based on the weighted average of our national treasury bonds. And we use this formula. It's not a very, let's say, high interest rates here. And maybe I'm not going to say too much here, just to see this figure. As you can see, still there is a significant amount of unassigned IMT spectrum. In this figure, you can see also the amount of available for each frequency band and the proportion that is assigned to mobile operators and other users. The total capacity available across 6 frequency bands is around more or less 500 megahertz. Here is not shown 26 gigahertz frequency band, but this band is unassigned yet. Alternative mobile operators already started to deploy 5G technology in Pristina, and also they are investing to deploy the network also and to cover all the major cities in country. Of course, this is, here we are speaking here about non-standalone solution, even though we as a NRA wanted to push further standalone solution and support supplier diversification. But so far, we have not imposed any obligation to mobile operators on this regard. On the right are shown some measurements results maximum achieved speed is around 1 gigabit per second. I'm speaking here about downlink. And 100 megabit in uplink, and latency is around 11 milliseconds. Incumbent operator is planning to launch 5G services this year, latest by the end of this year. I also want to mention here that mobile operators have been supported through CODE project, and this project is being implemented by the ministry, and the aim is to connect, and still is in the process, and the aim is to connect actually all towers or base stations with fiber. In February this year, ARCEP issued also first authorization for private 5G in 3.7 up to 3.8 gigahertz frequency band. Total capacity is 90 megahertz. The awarding process is very simple on first come, first served basis, and we have only one fee, annual fee, which is calculated according to this formula. It's not a very high fee. For example, this authorization was around 500 euro. ARCEP also issued 2 authorizations for 5G testing for 2 universities, University of Pristina and University for Business and Technology. And also another important project which will happen this year, actually from the Ministry of Economy, is they will invest in 5G, including Internet of Things and Smart Village Lab in ITP Center in Prizren, second largest city in Kosovo. And this lab will serve for training and a testing environment for 5G connectivity. This is all I have in mind for this speech. Of course, frequencies assignment process, I would say, is very important process, but this is just the first step. In order to deploy the network and to cover our territory, we need a lot of efforts. Today, I mean, not only in Kosovo, but also in the region and elsewhere in Europe, we are witnessing that the operators have difficulties in installing base stations, not only because of the administrative barriers from the local or government or municipality, but also because of the large scale of rejection from the community. And the only option here, I mean, for we as a regulator and for success is to work closely with the operator. And we as a regulator to facilitate the deployment of 5G by working closely also with the central and local government, and most important to have commitment and consistency. Because if you don't have commitment, you will never start the job, and if you don't have a consistency, you will never finish. And our goal is really to, facilitate everything and work with the operator and enable what we want to really support this digital transformation in general. And yes, I want to end here. Once again, thank you. And I'm sorry for this technical problem here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation, for your presentation, Mr. Ilir. Any question from the audience? As I can see, there is no questions. So we can move to the last presentation for this session, Mr. Joncha Grozdanovski. But yes, please. But first, I would like to share the information with Ms. Anna. After the expiring the licenses, there is no possibility in Montenegro to extend the licenses, just they organize new tender procedure. Am I right?
Yes, according to the current law, we are obliged always to establish public bidding procedure, so spectrum auction, in the case for the use of radio frequencies that are intended for public mobile electronic communication services to be used exclusively over the whole territory of Montenegro. So if these criteria are met, public mobile services for the exclusive use over the whole territory of the country, the public bidding procedure is obligatory.
Thank you for the clarification. Anja, please.
Okay, thank you, Igor. Hello to everybody. We will continue with 5G technology, but from a different point of view. In this presentation, we are going to see the quality of the services provided by the both mobile operators in Macedonia, Makedonski Telekom and A1 Macedonia, after implementation of 5G technology. This analysis will be made according to drive test measurement performed in the town of Skopje, because they both operators have implemented 5G in Skopje. The measurements are performed according to ETSI standard 103559, and I want to mention at the beginning that this information, this is the actually test measurements of 5G, in order to see the current impact of 5G to the quality of the services in Macedonia. Also, I would like to mention that this information is only informative. First, we are going to see what is the status in Macedonia with 5G technology. The process of implementation of 5G started with 5G DSS in 2022, when both technologies, 4G and 5G, coexist within the same frequency band. After that, it was implemented at the end, actually, of the 2022 and the beginning of 2023. It was implemented a second stage of 5G NSA, which means non-standalone system, where actually the radio part of the 5G was a separate layer added to the 4G core network. For this approach of 5G technology, additional frequency spectrum is needed. Therefore, Agency for Electronic Communication in 2022 issued 5 licenses, 5 licenses, 2 licenses in 700 megahertz band and 3 licenses in 3.6 frequency band. With these licenses, the operators Makedonski Telekom and A1 Macedonia added in their frequency portfolio actually additional 20 megahertz in 700 megahertz and additional 100 megahertz in 3.6 gigahertz band. According to these licenses, the operators have 5G obligation, and they, according to the obligation provided by the agency, they have to cover one city to the end of this year, to cover all transport corridors until 2025, all cities in the country by the end of 2027, and by the end of 2029, they should provide data speeds of 100 megabits per second to all population. This is actually the system that we are using for network performance of the mobile network. And according to it, we can see that we have actually service-based solution where we have two vehicles for drive test measurements, and the measurements files are wirelessly go to the server, and this server is connected with 3 clients because we have 3 monitoring center, and from 3 monitoring center, or actually with 3 clients, we can connect to the server for analysis of these results and print reports. The equipment we are using for drive test measurements is provided by Rode Schwarz. For voice and data services, we are using mobile phone Samsung S22. For coverage performance of the networks, we are using Rode and Schwarz scanners. Before we start with the performance of the networks, we would like to say some words about the measurements. They started, the drive test measurements in the city of Skopje started 15th of May until 19th of May 2023. We have made more than 2,000 voice calls and more than 2,000 also data sessions. Now we are going to see with the next slides, we are going to see the quality of the voice services. The quality of the voice services actually will be evaluated by voice KPIs, which provide a quantitative and qualitative assessment of various aspects of voice call. The first KPI that we are going to analyze is call setup time. Call setup time actually refers to the duration it takes to establish a voice call from the moment a user initiates the call. Lower call setup time is desirable as it contributes to faster call establishment. And according to the drive test measurements, we can see that the score of Makedonski Telekom is 3.6 seconds, and the score of Aeden Macedonia is 3.9 seconds. Because the lower value is better, according to this score, Makedonski Telekom has better value for this KPI. The next KPI for voice services is call failure ratio. Call failure ratio actually it refers to percentage of voice call that failed connect or experience issues during the call setup process. Lower actually a higher call failure rate can result in poor user experience and customer dissatisfaction. According to the result from the drive test measurements, we can see that the results for Makedonski Telekom is 2.2% and for Aeden Macedonia is 1.9. The lower value is better, so in this KPI, Aeden Macedonia has a better score. The next KPI that we are going to see for voice services is call drop ratio. Call drop ratio actually refers to percentage of voice call that are prematurely terminated or disconnected before completion. Call drop ratio actually is a crucial KPI for the voice services, and call drops considered as a hard crash in the network because they affects the user experience, negatively affects the user experience of the usage of the network. And better or lower call drop rate means a more reliable network. According to the results, as you can see, we have experienced no call drop rate for the Makedonski Telekom, although for Aeden Macedonia the call drop rate was 0.1. According to this number, actually we can say that the sustainability of the network is really very good, because these values are very good results, because we have made more than 2,000 voice calls, and during the 1 week period of time, during the busy hour, and we get really impressive results of the performance of both network for call drop rate. The next KPI is voice quality. Is voice quality. The voice quality is analyzed through most values. Most values range from 1 to 5. The higher value means better quality, and the value above 4 is considered as a very good quality of the network. In this case, from drive test measurements, we can see that both mobile operators have the same value, 4.4, which means they have a very good quality in their network, voice quality. On this slide, it is shown the radio frequencies used to transmit the voice session. And it is a very interesting situation. Here we can see that the most used technology for voice session is LTE. 98% of the voice call is actually going through VoLTE, going through LTE, or most advanced at the moment technology for voice data, for voice session. So.
What happened?
Okay, so according to the results from this PI, we can understand why both operators have this such a high value, because VoLTE is the most superior technology for voice session. So both operators have implemented VoLTE, and most of the samples, more than 98%, are going through the LTE. So the results is 4.4. According to these KPIs, which is most important for assessment of voice call, what can we say? We can say that the quality of the voice provided by the both operators are very good, and also they have a good sustainability of the voice service in their network. Okay, now we are going to the next service to analyze. This is the data service, and also the data service will be analyzed by the data KPIs, which adequately describe the quality of the data session from different aspects. The first KPI is data throughput. Data throughput actually refers to the rate at which data is transmitted over the network, regardless of technology. According to the results from the drive test measurements, the score is 187 megabits per second for Makedonski Telekom and 181 for AEDEN Macedonia. And according to this KPI, the higher value is better. Makedonski Telekom has a better score in this KPI. The next KPI we are going to see is round trip time. Round trip time actually includes the time taken for the data package to travel from the source device to the destination device and back again from destination device to the source device. A low round trip time actually indicates good performance of the network because the data packages in that case are being transmitted quickly and efficiently between devices. And from the drive test measurements, we get these results. The score of Makedonski Telekom is 49.8 milliseconds, although for AEDEN Macedonia is 93.8 milliseconds. The lower value is better, so in this KPI, Makedonski Telekom has better score than AEDEN Macedonia. And the last KPI for data services is video quality, for YouTube video files, and the quality is represented with most values also. The most values for video quality range from 1 to 5. Beta value means better quality for video files, and according to drive test measurements, we have scored 3.9 for Makedonski Telekom and 3.8 for AEDEN Macedonia. Higher value is better, so according to this, Makedonski Telekom has a better score in these KPIs. If we see this pie, actually, where it is shown the radio technology used to transmit data, we can see some differences. For the network of Makedonski Telekom, we can see that the more than 80% of the data sessions are going through the highest technology, 5G. Although in Aeden Macedonia, more than 60% of the total data session are going to 5 technology, and the rest of the data session are going to the other technology. In the network of Makedonski Telekom, it is the LTE, although in Aeden Macedonia is LTE and UMTS. And according to this pie, we can also make a conclusion why some of the parameters of Makedonski Telekom is better than Aeden Macedonia, because most of the parts are transmitted by the highest technology, or 5G. What we can say about the data according to the previous measurements? According to the previous measurements, we can say that we have seen quite improvement of the data throughput, because the previous measurements 2 years ago for the town of Skopje give results about 70 or 80 megabit per second, and we have about more than 180 megabits per second, so we can conclude that the impact of the 5 technology is obvious. Okay. 5G, will it be successful technology? Historically, 2 technology, 4G and 5G, was most successful technology. 3G technology is less successful than the others technology, and we can say also that 3G technology is even technology. 5G is also even technology. Does it mean something? Maybe no, because we are at the beginning of the deployment of 5G. 5G is still early in its life cycle, and its biggest impact is likely to occur in industry as the full potential of Internet of Things is realized. In order to do that, we have, in order to get the maximum of 5G technology, the final stage of 5G technology should be implemented. This is the standalone system where new features will be added, like network slicing, low latency time, and other advanced features where we can see the full capabilities of 5G. 5G is already in our homes. What is knocking on the door? This is actually 6G. 6G is already have been testing a lot and expected to deploy in about 2030. And what we have it with 6G? With 6G, we are going from mobility of things to mobility of intelligence. So the artificial intelligence will impact the 6G, and everyone hopes that we have a big step forward. So this is all about the 5G. Thank you very much for your attention. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, Joncha, for the presentation. Are any questions from the audience, from the people? Somebody? No questions? Or here?
Vladimir Istevski, A1 Macedonia. Nice presentation, we just like it. Just one small remark about the obligation from the operator side. The 2029 obligation, you stated that 100% of the customers have to have 100 megabits of the citizens must have 100 megabits per second. Actually have the possibility of internet of 100 megabits per second. That is according to tender procedure. So it's slightly different, but it's not the same.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
to have possibility of internet access.
To have,
because we already managed.
Okay, okay, yes, okay. I understand your point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? No question, but I will let here just one slide with maximum data speed, with peak speeds that we measured.
Yes, the peak, yes.
Do you have it?
Yes, I know the maximum. This is the actually, on this slide, it is presented the average data throughput. We have peaks for Island Macedonia. We have peaks of 1,100 megabit per second, although the peaks in Makedonski Telekom was about 960 megabit per second.
New question right now.
Maja Milosavljević-Naumovska, Makedonski Telekom. First of all, I was surprised by the measurements. Definitely good to know where we are standing, because both of us modernized our network and introduced 5G, especially Makedonski Telekom, in the very short period of time, for 1 year and a half. And these are tremendous results actually for both companies, and I'm proud of both of them, because I was part of the implementation of both networks somehow. But regarding the maximum speed, I appreciate that you haven't presented, because you know also that maximum speeds depend from the spectrum equilibrium as well, so you cannot compare then apples with apples with regards to A1. Makedonski Telekom has actually 50 megahertz is less. On the low and mid band, that influences the high speed or peak trend of the speed. So this is really something that gives us kind of proof that we are on the right track. Both of us, we are doing a lot of optimization currently, but we have also different approaches. Makedonski Telekom actually has covered the whole territory of Macedonia with the 5G, and you're now showing the results of Skopje. I'm really looking forward to see the results from the whole territory when these drive measurements will be official ones. Thanks once more.
Okay, thank you. About the data throughput average and maximum, we only presented the average throughput, because the maximum we are not taking into account. In all reports, we are taking data throughput average. Okay, thank you very much.
Just to add that the measurement through all the territory of Macedonia will be done in the next period. But firstly, we have to publish the new bylaw, where we are going to define the whole methodology, how to measure it. Normally, the operators can participate in creating that bylaw. So in the next future, it will be the next activity of HAEC. Any other question? No question. Okay, thank you very much. This is the end of this session. I would like to tell you that maybe right now before the lunch is much better to make a group photo in front of the hotel from the lake side, yes? Yes? So firstly make a group photo and then go to lunch. Thank you.
faces on the city night. Want a friendship, all the time's the same. Following, moving closer, just following. I know where we're going. Keep on moving, changing motion. Keep on moving, lost in motion. Moving targets, changing hearts. Painted circles that keep us apart. Moving targets, changing hearts. Circles keeping moving us apart. Dee-doo-da, dee-doo-da, dee-dum, dee-doo-da. Dee-doo-da, dee-doo-da, dee-dum, dee-doo-da. Return, there is no return. Forward smiles, bending those private faces, framed, lost in memory. Following, new horizon in disarray. Knows it where we're going. Keep on moving, changing motion. Keep on moving, lost in motion. Moving targets, changing hearts. Painted circles that keep us apart. Moving targets, changing hearts. Circles keeping moving us apart. Dee-doo-da, dee-doo-da, dee-dum, dee-doo-da. Dee-doo-da, dee-doo-da, dee-dum, dee-doo-da.
what you want me to do, baby. But I can go for that, no can do. I can go for that, no can do. I can go for that, no can do. But I can go for that, no can do. But I can go for that, no can do. But I can go for that, no can do. Never seen you looking so lovely as you do tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. Do-do-do. I've never seen so many men ask you if you wanted to dance. They're looking for a little romance. They've given half a chance. And I've never seen the dress you're wearing, or the highlights in your hair that catch your eyes. I have been blind, lady in red is dancing with me, cheek to cheek. There's nobody here. It's just you and me. It's where I wanna be, but I hardly know. This beauty by my side, dear, dear, I'll never forget the way you look tonight. I've never seen you looking so gorgeous as you did tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. You were amazing. I never see so many people wanna be there by your side. And when you turned to me and smiled, you took my breath away. And I never had such a feeling of complete and utter love.
she's told down to me. A change has come, she's under my thumb. It's down to me. The way she talks when she's spoken to. Down to me. The change has come. She's under my thumb. She's under my thumb. I heard that you're settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Guess she gave you things I didn't give to you. Old friend, why are you so shy? Like to hold back or hide from the light. I hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I'd hope to see my face and that you'd be reminded that's for me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I beg. I'll remember you say. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. You know how the time flies only. Yesterday was the time of our life. We were burning rays in a summer haze bound by this surprise of our glory day. I hate to turn up out of the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I'd hope to see my face and that to be reminded that's for me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me, I beg. I'll remember
Between the eyes of love, I call your name. Behind those guarded walls, I used to go. Upon a summer wind, there's a certain melody takes me back to the place that I know. On the beach, down on the beach, down on the beach. The secrets of the summer I will keep. The sun of time will blow a mystery. No one but you and I underneath that moonlit sky. Take me back to the place that I know. On the beach. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Down on the beach. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Forever in my dreams, my heart will be hanging on to this sweet memory. A day of strange desire, a night that burned like fire. Take me back to the place that I know. On the beach. Down on the beach. Down on the beach. Yeah, yeah, yeah. On the beach.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie, hurt you. We've known each other for so long, your heart's been aching but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna show you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie, hurt you. We've known each other for so long, your heart's been aching but you're too shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game and we're gonna play it. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never wanna make you cry, never wanna say goodbye, never wanna tell a lie and hurt
Talking in my zip at night, making myself crazy. Out of my mind, out of my mind. Wrote it down and read it out, hoping it would save me. Too many times, too many times. Oh, he makes me feel like nobody else, nobody else. But my love, he doesn't love me, so I tell myself, one, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling 'cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in. You have to kick him out again. Three, don't be his friend. You know you wanna wake up in his bed in the morning, and if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got new rules, I got him. I got new rules, I got him. I gotta tell them to myself. I got new rules, I got him. I gotta tell them to myself. I can push it forwards, but he keeps pulling me backwards. Now he turn. Now I'm standing back from it. I finally see the pattern. I never learned that my love, he doesn't love me, so I tell myself, I do. One, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling 'cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in. You have to kick him out again. Three, don't be his friend. You know you wanna wake up in his bed in the morning, and if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got new rules, I got him. I got new rules, I got him. I gotta tell them to myself. I got new rules, I got him. Open up your mind, clear your head. Ain't gonna wake up to an empty bed. Share my life, it's yours to keep. Now that I give it to all of me. When it comes to you, there's no crime. Let's take both of our souls and the intertwine. When it comes to you, don't be blind. Watch me speak from my heart. When it comes to you, want you to share that. Want you to share that. When it comes to you, want you to share that. When it comes to you, there's no crime. Let's take both of our souls and the intertwine. When it comes to you, don't be blind. Watch me speak from my heart. When it comes to you, sexy. Woman, take me in your arms, rock your baby. Woman, take me in your arms, rock your baby. There's nothing to it. Just say you wanna do it. Open up your heart and let the loving start. Woman, take me in your arms, rock your baby. Woman, take me in your arms, rock your baby. Yeah, hold me tight with all your might. Now let your loving flow, real sweet and slow. Yeah, hold me tight with all your might. Now let your loving flow, real sweet and slow. Woman, take me in your arms, rock your baby. Woman, take me in your arms, rock your baby. Rock your baby. Rock your baby.
take me in your arms, rock you, baby.
Listen to the ground, there is movement all around. There is something going down, and I can feel it. On the waves of the air, there is dancing out there. If it's something we can share, we can steal it. And that sweet city woman, she moved through the light, controlling my mind and my soul. When you reach out for me and the feeling
close to the morning. I get fire in my mind. I could hide in my walking, and I'm glowing in the dark. I give you warning. Night fever, we know how to do it. Give me night fever, we know how to show it. Here I am, praying for this moment to last. Living on the music so fine, born on the wind, making it mine. Night fever, we know how to do it. Give me night fever, we know how to show it. Night fever, we know how to show it. Oh yeah. Each time the wind blows, I hear your voice, so I call your name. Whispers at morning, our love is dawning. Heaven's glad you came. You know how I feel. This thing can go wrong. I'm so proud to say I love you. Your love's got me high. I long to get by. This time is forever. Love is the answer. I hear your voice now. You are my choice now. The love you bring. Heaven's in my heart. At your call I hear harps and angels sing. You know how I feel. This thing can go wrong. I can't live my life without you. I just can't hold on. I feel we belong. My life ain't worth living if I can't be with you. I just can't stop loving you. I just can't stop loving you. And if I stop, then tell me just what will I do? 'Cause I just can't stop loving you. At night when the stars shine, I pray when you are fine. A love so true. Morning awakes me. Will you come and take me? I'll wait for you. You know how I feel. I won't stop until I hear your voice saying I do. This thing can't go wrong. This feeling so strong. My life ain't worth living if I can't be with you. We can change all the world tomorrow. We can sing songs of yesterday. I can say, hey, farewell to sorrow. This is my life, and I want to see you for always. I just can't stop loving you. I just can't stop loving you.
could lift you up, could show you what you want to see, take you where you want to be my luck. Even if the sky is falling down, I know that we'll be safe and sound, safe and sound. I could fill your cup, my river won't evaporate, this world will still appreciate. Be my love, even in a hurricane of frowns, I know that we'll be safe and sound. Safe and sound. I could show you love in a tidal wave of mystery, you'd still be standing next to me. Be my love, even if we're 6 feet underground, I know that we'll be safe and sound, safe and sound. In a tidal wave of mystery, you'd still be standing next to me. I could show you love, could show you what you want to see, take you where you want to be. Even if we're 6 feet underground, I know that we'll be safe and sound. You'd still be standing next to me. I could show you love and take you
You might know of the original sin. You might know how to play with fire. But did you know of the murder committee? In the name of love, yeah, you thought what a pity. Dream on white boy, dream on black girl, then wake up to a brand new day, to find your dreams are washed away. There was a time when I did not care, and there was a time when the facts did stare. There is a dream and it's held by many. Well, I'm sure you had to see its open arms. Dream on white boy, dream on black girl, wake up to a brand new day. Find your dreams are washed away. Dream on white boy, dream on black girl, wake up to a brand new day. To find your dreams are washed away. Dream on, play with fire. Dream on, black boy, white boy, black girl. Dream on, white boy, black girl. Dream on, black boy, white girl. Dream on, play with fire.
Sun was on my side when I was running down the street. It was no black light. A suitcase and an old guitar, it's all I need to occupy a mind like mine. Yes, we were born to be alive. Born, oh boy.
good to be. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive, to be alive. Want to be alive. clock strikes upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase the blues away. I've done alright up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, loneliness calls. Ooh. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. I've been in love and lost my senses, spinning through the town. Sooner or later the fever ends and I wind up feeling down. I need a man who'll take a chance and a love that burns hot enough to last. But when the night falls, a lonely heart calls. Ooh. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Don't you wanna dance? Don't you wanna dance? Wanna dance with somebody. Don't you wanna dance? Don't you wanna dance? I need a man who'll take a chance on a love that burns hot enough to last. So when the night falls, a lonely heart calls. Ooh. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me.
And show me how to do that trick. The one that makes me scream, she said. Oh, the one that makes me laugh, she said. And threw her arms around my neck. And show me how to do it. And I promise I'll run away with you. Spinning on that dizzy edge, I kiss her face and kiss her head, and thought of all the different ways I had to make her glow. Oh, why are you so she said, why don't you ever know that I'm in love with you? Oh, I'm so in love with you, yes. You, soft and only, you, lost and lonely, you, strangers, angels, dancing in the deepest ocean, twisting in the water, you're just like a dream. And daylight pushed me into shade. I must have been asleep for days, and moving lips to breathe a name. I opened up my arms and found myself alone, 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 above a raging sea. That's totally the only girl I ever loved, and drowned her deep inside of me. And you, soft and only, and you, lost and lonely, and you, just like heaven.
Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. Making love with you is all I wanna do. Loving you is more than just a dream come true. And everything I do is out of loving you. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Do the beat do do, the beat do me. No one else can make me feel the colors that you bring. Stay with me while we grow old, and we will live each day in springtime. Loving you has made my life so beautiful, and every day of my life is filled with loving you. Loving you, I see your soul come shining through, and every time that we have, I'm more in love with you. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la la la. Do 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 do, no one else gonna make me feel the colors that you bring. Stay with me while we grow old, and we will live each day in springtime. Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful, and every day of my life is filled with loving you. Loving you, I see your soul
spider web and it's me in the middle. So I twist and turn. Here am I in my little bubble, singing out. I never meant to cause you trouble. I never meant to do you wrong. And I will if I ever cause you trouble. Oh no, I never meant to do you harm. They found a way for me. They found a way for me. They found a way for me.
We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, and sing. Everyone can see we're together as we walk on by. And we fly just like birds of a feather. I won't tell no lie. All of the people around us, they say, can we be that close? Just let me state for the record, we're giving love in a family dose. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, sing. Living life is fun, and we've just begun to get our share of the world's delights. High hopes we have for the future, and it goes inside. No, we don't get depressed. Here's what we call our golden rule. Have faith in you and the things you do. You won't go wrong. This is our family jewel. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, sing. We are family. I got all my sisters with me. We are family. Get up, everybody, sing.
see, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate. You know we got to find a way to bring some love in here today. Picket lines and picket signs, don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. Oh, what's going on? 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 Everybody thinks we're wrong. Who are they to judge us? Simply 'cause our hair is long. You know we got to find a way to bring some understanding here today. Picket lines and picket signs, don't punish me with brutality. Talk to me so you can see. No, what's going on? 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 What's going on?
Turn your magic on with me, she'd say. Everything you want, so dream away. And we are legends every day. That's what she told me. Turn your magic on, to me she'd say. Everything you want, so dream away. Under this pressure, under this weight, we are diamonds.
¿Me слушаш, Армен? Армен, се слушаме?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I hope you had a good lunch. Now we are opening the second session of this first day of our conference with a very vital topic of cybersecurity and fighting cybercrime. I hope you had the opportunity to collaborate and network during the lunch, since this is a very important step towards sharing information and fighting cybercrime. Therefore, now I'm inviting our esteemed colleague, Nadica Josifovsky, to start her presentation. She will be online, and then later on we will have 3 other presentations which will follow. Welcome, Nadica.
Okay, thank you. I'm really sorry I couldn't be with you today in Struga, but since we are IT, we can do it from everywhere. So big hello for everyone from Skopje. If you allow me, I will start the presentation immediately. What I want to discuss today is about the information sharing and the importance of digital transformation and cybersecurity in today's when the development of ICT technology is very, very rapid. This leads to increased need of fast digital transformation, which forces to have effective and user-friendly digitalization of the services towards citizens and the businesses. The digitalization and digital transformation as processes bring with them a lot of benefits, but the rapid digitalization in various dimensions of our society significantly changes the perspectives of cybersecurity and practically create a lot of risk of cybersecurity threats and incidents. Reliable and resilient digital transformation can only be achieved when it is established on a solid cybersecurity basis. And in this regard, MISA is taking narrowed activities for stable digital and cybersecure ecosystem to maintain the reliable, persistent, and resilient critical infrastructure and ICT systems. One of the main and important things when we speak about cybersecurity, it's cyber threats information sharing, because not only in cybersecurity, but in our everyday life and everyday work, information sharing is very important for us. It is pretty important to share cyber threats information, especially in the process of detecting and preventing the cyber threats and incidents, but also later in the process of overcoming the cyber incidents if they eventually occur. Central point for information sharing is actually MKD-CIRT, which is hosted in Agency of Electronic Communication. According to Law on Electronic Communication, Article 26A, MKD-CIRT is central point for contact and coordinating response to security incidents and networks and computer systems, which says everything about the role of main role of the MKD-CIRT. When we speak about cyber threat information sharing, it's very important to know that they include firstly warning and advisories on newly found vulnerabilities, then information collected to treat intelligence feeds, and also very important are informations that are shared post incident. From a technical point of view, the MIS platform that is installed in MKD-CIRT and is fully functional is a tool that is used for internal cyber threats information sharing. And it is a big help in overcoming cyber incidents as well as preventing them. It is available and it's used from more than 130 MKD constituents. And these constituents might be government and public sector institutions, critical infrastructure operators, large organization in the strategic sector like energy, communication, health, banking, etc. Having in mind that cybersecurity is very important for a stable ecosystem in North Macedonia, the government at the end of the last year take an initiative which is based on baseline security measures. These security measures were developed and proposed by MKD CIRT, and it turns out that they are very effective in the work of MKD CIRT, but also in helping other institutions and their constituents to be timely informed with information that are shared. The first initiative was on improving information sharing with public institution. The government obliged each public administration institution to designate a role and to appoint an employee as a security officer. This role of security officer is very important because the security officer is obliged to govern the information security at that public institution or entity. This security officer is also important because he is a single point of contact with MKD CIRT for information sharing, and having in mind that this information is shared in both ways from the institution or from the entity to the MKD CIRT and vice versa, it is very, very important in early detection and prevention of cybersecurity threats and incidents. It is important for institution to receive all the advisories from MKD CIRT on time, but it's also important for the institution to report eventual cybersecurity incidents and cybersecurity threats, and to reach for support from MKD CIRT. Such sharing of information in two ways is very important for MKD CIRT, as I mentioned before, because it gives a power in a sense that MKD CIRT has all the valid information on time and can then continue to share this information with his constituents, especially with it is important when this information can be timely shared with the constituent who can be affected by this threat or eventual incident. The second initiative is more wide, and it is intended for all public servants. MKD CIRT also created online training for cybersecurity, and all public servants are obliged to take this training in order their awareness for cybersecurity and ways how to prevent from threats to be raised as much as possible. And it's very good to know that public servants are very interested in this training, and we have a lot of servants that are taking these courses, actually completing the courses in every day since the training was published. What is important for stable digital and cybersecurity ecosystems is actually the legislative that is in place at the moment. Somewhere in 2019, there was an update of an existing laws, and new law were adopted. This package of law is actually law about the digitalization. You have listed these laws on the screen. I will not read them one by one, but what is important is that these laws are intended to speed up the digitalization in the country. However, we still do not have a law that will regulate the cybersecurity and critical infrastructure. Latest activities that the Ministry of Information Society and Administration are taking are intended to cover actually this puzzle that is missing. And it is decided that the new law will be created about the Agency of Digitalization, which is expected to be established somewhere at the beginning of next year. I write here law on agency for digitalization, but you need to know that this is only a working name. The name of the law will be later on defined. And speaking about the agency of digitalization, it will, according to plan, it will have 4 pillars. One is ICT infrastructure. The second pillar is ICT system, then cybersecurity and academia. The ICT infrastructure will cover, from cybersecurity aspect, will cover critical infrastructure together with other ICT infrastructure related, like government optical network, broadband, etc. The ICT systems are shared systems, and operative part for these shared systems will be here in the agency. Here we can mention National Portal for Electronic Services, interoperability, platform, open data portal, etc. Cybersecurity pillar of the agency will cover all issues that are related with cyber security, except the critical infrastructure that is planned to be in the first pillar. And of course, academia is very important because it will it is a very important in order to raise awareness to public administration servants, but also to citizens, and to raise their knowledge, and in a sense of managing better in this digital world in which we are moving forward, and also very important to raise awareness for cybersecurity risks it has and how to prevent ourselves. As a part of this law, it is planned that NIS2 directive to be transposed. And in this regard, we already have started working with experts that are engaged from USAID and CIDR project in order to start with this part of the law on agency for digitalization. Another important thing I would say in regards to have a stable environment for cybersecurity and to have a vision where we are heading to is national strategy for cybersecurity. Unfortunately, the previous strategy have finished by the end of 2022, and now we are preparing a 2023-2027 5 years strategy. And as I said, unfortunately, because we are a little bit late with the strategy. However, there was a interministerial working group that was working on this, and we have I would say pre-final draft of the cybersecurity strategy. And we also, I'm glad to say that in a good cooperation with USAID and CIDR project, we have engaged an expert who will start working on this very, very soon. And our intention is to review and finalize the draft text of the national strategy, of the new national strategy for cybersecurity after we finalize it, we will work on preparation of action plan, and it will be very important to identify the institutions that will be responsible for each point of action plan and each activity, and also to try to estimate budgets for each activity as precise as we can at this point, in order to have a successful strategy. Of course, after that, the strategy will need to go to be adopted by the government, and then the most important part will follow, because it's the easiest part, according to me, is to write a nice document. But it's very important that the document that we will produce to be real and to be on stable ground, in order everything that we planned to be able to implement. The subjects that will be covered in, and we are speaking within National Strategy for Cybersecurity, is establishing new and improving the existing national capacities for cybersecurity. It is very important to have critical infrastructure and shared ICT system that will be secure and resilient. The effect of cyber threats needs to be minimized as much as possible, which will lead to cybersecurity resilient society, which we would have as a vision. But last but not least is improved cooperation with cybersecurity threats information sharing, not only within the country, but also on a regional and even wider international level. We already have a few activities to establish a communication and cooperation with other countries in the region and wider. What's next, or what we plan to do in next period, is definitely to continue with digitalization. Digitalization within the public institutions, and to digitalize the processes, internal processes of the institutions, in order to make them more secure and reliable, and also digitalization of electronic services, secure electronic services and effective for citizens and businesses will continue. I've already mentioned the pillar of academia in the Agency of Digitalization, and in this regard, it is very important to increase overall digital literacy of the citizens. Raising awareness as increasing the digital literacy as a, is also very important. And improved information sharing is something that we can always go forward and expand the network for information sharing. And as I said previously, it is very important for all of us to establish a digitally safe and resilient ecosystem in our society. So that's all I have prepared for you today. So I'm opening the floor for you. You can comment, ask questions, and we can discuss what you find relevant in regard to this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadica. Anyone, any question for Nadica? Yes.
Blago Christoph, Makedonski Telekom. Thank you, Nadica, for the presentation. I have some questions and dilemmas popping up from the presentation. What will be the interrelation between the proposed law by the Ministry of Defense related to the protection of critical infrastructure, this infrastructure layer, with the ideas for the cybersecurity strategy for the next period and relevant law. First. Second, when do you plan to re-establish the group for critical infrastructure and resilience organized or set by the DAI project? Because I think that there is a need for a dialogue between the private and public entities, actually public-private dialogue, if you want to achieve some law fruits in the forthcoming period. And third, regarding the ideas for the law on agency for digitalization, I think that there is a strong need for very important involvement of the business sector in the discussion, since we are among the main stakeholders that are related and concerned by the law. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. As for first question, you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. As for first question, the activities that Ministry of Defense has need to be in alignment with the cybersecurity strategy and the law actually transposition of NIS2 directive. And I believe that this will be so because we have the colleagues from Ministry of Defense in our working group for cybersecurity strategy. So maybe more information about this you can get from my colleagues from Ministry of Defense. I don't see you there in the room, but if there is some colleague of Ministry of Defense, he can tell a little bit more about this. In regard to CICWG DAI project, yes, this is not on hold, but because of some other more urgent activities this period, we are in constant communication with them, and we will announce very soon the next session. Thank you for your suggestion for subject of the this group because I am pretty new chairman of this group, but I am aware that very interesting discussions were take as part of this group. So please feel free to write me on mail with suggestions what you would think relevant in more details about the next subject or the subject of the one of the next sessions of this working group, and we will take it in consideration. And for the last third question, of course, we will involve businesses in preparation of the law. As I said in the presentation, we are at the very beginning of the process of writing the law of agency for digitalization. And once we have some materials that can be shared with the public, we will, of course, in the process of finalizing and writing actually in the full process, we will include business sector as well. And of course, your input and consideration will be very valuable for us. I hope I answered your questions. Thank you.
Anyone else with questions, comments? Okay, no questions. Thank you, Nadica.
Thank you.
We invite you to
Have a
stay
nice-
and stay online and see the other presentations because this one is interesting. The cybersecurity topic always stirs up conversations. Therefore, now I'm inviting another of our own, Mr. Serdali Selmani from Muqaddam CERT, to tell us about the services that our national CERT offers.
Hello to everyone. Welcome to this great event organized by Agency for Electronic Communications. My name is Sevdali Salmani. Currently, I'm acting as head of a national Center for Computer Incident Response here in North Macedonia. I'm honored to be here today to talk to you about the MKD CERT, an organization that provides critical support and services to our constituents, our companies, and citizens. During my presentation, I will talk to you about the MKD CERT in general, and that it's an organization that provides critical support for our constituents and our citizens. The National Center for Computer Incident Response is set up with the Agency for Electronic Communications as a separate organizational unit. This center is established in 2016 as the official national point of contact and for coordinating in dealing with the security incidents in networks and information systems. Our constituents are more than 130 currently. They are all of our ministries, public administration and services of the government, critical infrastructure operators in the Republic of North Macedonia, and large organizations in the banking sector, transport, communication, health, energy, and so on. MKD CERT services are divided into 5 pillars, and they are notification and alerts, remote incident response, on-site incident response, awareness, education and training, and vulnerability response. MKD CERT disclosed the details of current threats and steps that can be undertaken to protect against these threats. It includes notification of warning of newfound information on cyber threats and vulnerabilities to the constituents, with recommended a course of action and guidelines on how to protect their systems. The notification may be preventive, warning, advisory, and guiding. I will skip some of these pillars. I will focus in the last, the 5th pillars, which is vulnerability response. Assess the adequate measures necessary to respond to newly discovered vulnerabilities, assess the seriousness and impact, decide whether to issue warnings thereof, verify or further investigate the weight or impact. Overall, this approach applies to information on vulnerabilities that are publicly known. As the first service that MKD CERT provide is cybersecurity risk assessment and for our constituents. MKD CERT service cybersecurity risk assessment as one of the source for identifying vulnerabilities for security risk in our constituents. It provides continuous monitoring of an organization's cybersecurity posture and generates risk ratings based on a range of factors, including external indicators of compromised systems, and publicly disclosed breaches. MKD CERT can use these risks ratings as a starting point to identify potential vulnerabilities and risk in constituents. They can investigate these vulnerabilities further and provide recommendation for remediation. By providing continuous monitoring, third-party risk management, benchmarking, and other services, our center can help organizations improve the cybersecurity posture and reduce the risk of the cyber attacks. The second service that MKD CERT provide, it's a mail check .mkdcert.mk email. We all know that email is a critical communication tool for the most of the organization, but it is also a common vector for cyber attacks such as phishing and malware distribution. Our center provides free public service called MailCheck to help organizations improve their email security and reduce the risk of email-based cyber attacks. Some of the key services our center can provide in this area include domain-based message authentication, domain case identifying mail, and sender policy framework. Anyone can check this on the site mailcheck.mkd-cert.mk. Another service here listed number 3. It's called WebCheck. It's a web application scanning. This service provides web application scanning that is a tool that helps our constituents to discover and identify vulnerabilities in their web applications and websites. It provides detailed reports on the vulnerabilities it finds, along with recommendation for remediation. We provide multi-tenant model. So MKD CERT provides company level access. Each organization can initiate discovery and vulnerability scans and automated scanning and reporting. This service is free of charge for registered constituents with an signed agreement. By using this service, MKD CERTs have better visibility on vulnerabilities in a public website. Another service that MKD CERTs provide, it's free interactive training course called LMS. As a service can provide citizen access to cybersecurity training courses, which can help them better understand the threats they are face online and the steps they can take to protect themselves and their personal information. Until now, enrolled are more than 12,000 citizens, and those who completed are more than 10,000. Upon successfully completion of the final quiz, they can get a certificate with an unique code. By entering the unique code from the certificate, they can check the reliability and the data of the training visitor. Another service that MKD CERT providing to our constituents for the government and public sectors is called Network Security Monitoring System. There are two services that we provide upon agreement, and they are Cisco Stealth Watch and Cisco Umbrella. Cisco Stealth Watch is in a network traffic analysis solution that provides advanced security analytics and threats detection capabilities. It is designed to help organizations identify and respond to potential security threats by analyzing network traffic patterns and behaviors. Until now, we have more than 10 organizations that we provide network monitoring as a service. The second sub-service of this service is Cisco Umbrella. As a cloud, it is a cloud-based platform that provides protection against internet threats such as malware, phishing, and ransomware. It is designed to protect users regardless of their action, regardless of their location, device, by routing the internet traffic through Cisco Global Network of Secure Data Center that is called where it's checked of threats before being allowed to reach its destination, and that base, it's a large base, it's Talos database. Until now, we have more than 2,500 endpoint sensors. This year, we are planning also to extend this security system with more 8 institutions and with more than 1,500 endpoint users. Another service that MKDCERT provide for all companies and citizens is called Anti-Botnet. Anti-Botnet service allows to check your public IP address. It is being identified as a source of malicious activity that is a sign of possible compromise of the device or devices you are accessing in the internet. The check is made according to the MKDCERT data and database and threat intelligence base for identifying harmful activities as a part of risk assessment. Our records contain North Macedonian public IP addresses that have been identified as a source of malicious activity from external sources, detections, and reports. We have also in our site we have a link. We have a link which is a list of malicious domains. This list contains identified malicious, potentially malicious, and unknown domains with category reason for the identification collected through the MKDCERT network security monitoring system. The list is updated periodically. We recommended to use the list and block the specified domains on your firewall or other system to protect your organizational computer network and ICT systems. Another service that MKDCERT provides to constituents is MISP, is the threat sharing platform. MISP is an open source platform designed to support the sharing of threat intelligence, particularly related to cybersecurity incident and malware. MISP enables our constituents to share and collaborate on indicators of compromise, attack patterns, threat intelligence, and other security-related data. Another service, interesting service that MKDCERT provide to our companies, it's called Cyber Responsible Organization. The certification and self-assessment questionnaire process gives protection against a wide range of the most common cyber attacks. This is important because being vulnerable to simple attacks can make company systems an easy target for cyber criminals. Some benefits of being certified organization are organization is part of MKDCERT list of certified cyber responsible organizations, increasing visitors to their website and informing about the organization as a responsible organization through the promotional activities of MKD CERT, increasing trust among existing and new users of products and services, and increasing recognition and trust in organization. I want to mention that the badge or the certification does not constitute a confirmation of a successfully external verification of compliance of the organization's operations. The organization independently and voluntarily declares that it uses the best practices of cybersecurity in its operations. Another program that MKD CERT provides to citizens are the raising public awareness. Using video and animations to increase awareness about cybersecurity for citizens can be a highly effective way to educate people about the risk and the best practices related to online security. In the MKD CERT's YouTube channel, in the link below, you can find some effective cybersecurity videos and animations provided for public awareness. The last but not the least, as service MKD CERT provides service for automatic malware analysis. This platform is so-called Cuckoo. It's an open source community-driven malware analysis platform that provides a dynamic and configurable environment for malware analysis. It is designed to simulate a complete system environment, including the operating system, hardware, and network, in order to execute and observe the behavior of malware in a controlled environment. Cuckoo supports a wide range of file formats and can analyze both Windows and Linux malware. Cuckoo is a powerful tool for malware analysis and widely used by security researchers, malware analysts, and incident response. It allows users to submit files for analyze, view, and download reports. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question or comments or suggestion.
Questions, anyone? Thank you, Sevdali. As a subtopic of this cybersecurity topic is also cybersecurity awareness. For that, we have our next speaker, Ms. Jelica Vujadinovic from RATEL, Republic of Serbia. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jelica Vujadinovic, and I'm representing Regulatory Authority for Electronic Communications and Postal Services. First, I would like to thank AEC for the invitation. We are truly honored to be here year after year. And today I will talk about cybersecurity awareness raising and education in the Republic of Serbia. First, I would like to make a short introduction about the National CERT. Back in 2016, Serbia adopted a law on information security, and with that, National CERT was established within the RATEL. In 2019, new amendments of the law was adopted, and competencies of the National CERT were expanded. Nowadays, we are working on a new law on information security, and we expect the law to be completed by the end of the year. Some of the main competencies of the National CERT defined by the law on information security are tracking of incidents at the national level, providing early warnings and alarms and announcements, providing advice related to notified incidents, analysis of risk and incidents, registration of special certs, as well as raising awareness of public and private entities. Today our main focus will be on awareness raising and what we have done until now. As I mentioned on the previous slide, besides coordination of information security, incident handling, providing early warnings and advice related to security topics, National CERT organize two types of trainings. Technical training that are oriented toward public institutions and are being held on a CyberRange platform. This platform is donated within the project Norway for You Serbia and funded by the Kingdom of Norway. The platform itself has 23 different scenarios and simulates different types of cyber attacks. The focus here is on defense teams, also known as blue teams, and the goal is to prepare those teams to react on different types of cyber attacks. Second type of trainings are awareness trainings that are available for a general public on our awareness platform For a Safer Click. I will be talking more about this platform in a few moments. So this is the concept and the flow of our trainings organized by the National CERT from its establishment until today. And the goals of this type of educations are technology understanding, implementation of security measures, improving skills and raising the level of knowledge, as well as detection and reaction to critical security activities. Now in 2023, our main focus is on raising awareness through the platform For a Safer Click. As part of raising awareness program, we continuously are publishing different types of information, publications, recommendations in the field of cybersecurity on our website cert.rs. Also, last year, as part of Cybersecurity Month, we have redesigned our web page in order to be more easier and more user-friendly. This is the publications web page. As you can see on the slide, we divided this web page into 5 different categories. First one is citizens, as the biggest group of users. ICT systems of special importance that are defined by law as critical infrastructure. Small and medium enterprises as the most targeted group by the attackers, guidance and research, and all publications. All publications include previous 4 categories. Here you can see that each publication has a brief description on a certain topics, so users can see if that's the information they need or looking for. And this is the platform that I mentioned a few times. Earlier, For a Safer Click. You can access this platform through our website cert.rs or simply entering in address line learn.cert.rs. By clicking the field click to enter, you can access all available materials. And also what I would like to emphasize is that there is no need for a prior registration on the platform, so all materials is available for all the users. The main section in the system is Learning Center, and this is where users can find all the courses that are created. The entire content on the platform is divided into modules. Each module contains courses, and each course contains one or more lessons on various topics. For example, this is cybersecurity module that contains different types of courses such as phishing, ransomware, backup, password security, social network security, and so on. These courses are aimed to provide a comprehensive knowledge in the field of cybersecurity in order to enhance awareness and mitigate potential risks. This is password security module that users can find within the module cybersecurity. And by entering this course, users can see a brief description on a certain course, goals of the certain course, number of lessons included in the course, as well as information about the test. After each completed lesson or a course, users can test their knowledge through a quiz that has certain number of questions, and all questions are closed type questions. By selecting the answer, whether it is right or wrong, there is a detailed explanation provided explaining why a certain answer is correct or incorrect. And at the end, users can see their final result with the comments provided on each given answer. If the user is not satisfied with their result, they can repeat the lesson and the quiz by clicking the button repeat the lesson, and they have unlimited number of attempts to do that. At the end, related to these words, we can see why it is necessary to continuously raise awareness and knowledge of all users in the field of cybersecurity. And guided by this idea, the goal of these trainings is to improve the skills of all individual users in order to get a higher level of protection of the entire system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jelica. Anyone, any question, comments on Jelica's presentation? No? Thank you once again, Jelica. We continue with the next and the last presentation for this session. I invite Ms. Maja Miloslavska-Naumovska to commence her presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Maja Miloslavska-Naumovska. I'm representing Makedonski Telekom. I'm CTO of Makedonski Telekom. So today, I would like actually to discuss with you or to present our view how we as telco providers, not only Makedonski Telekom, but all telco providers, because we are supporting or providing critical infrastructure, and based on that we need to have very advanced cybersecurity strategy in place, how we can help with holistical approach towards the businesses and governmental institutions in order to improve their security resilience with our support. So I will start with my presentation. Oops. Okay, thanks. So, as cyber attacks continue to rise, definitely organizations need to be aware that cybersecurity policy or program need to improve, or they will need to focus more and more in the future. Practically, in the past, we assumed that cybersecurity was indicating that this is a technical issue that technology is dealing with. But nowadays, it's becoming more and more a business issue too. So gone are those days when those cybersecurity headaches are something that you can pass through to the IT department and continue your business. Now, this is the business issue and business-related topic. Especially in the period when all businesses dramatically digitalize themselves, definitely the businesses need to think about this component very seriously, because they need to be aware what they need to do. Otherwise, they're not going to be ready to foresee all those threats that are currently present or are going to be present in the future, and then actually mitigate those risks. So with that regards, definitely digital transformation, as many of previous panelists mentioned, digital transformation increases the need of improvement of the cybersecurity strategy on each and every side. And they're introducing, by this rapid increasement, actually, they're introducing the need of recognizing and improving the attack vectoring that we have all implemented on each and every operator side. And this is something that is really challenging, but definitely we need to follow that part. Also the pandemic, you know, all the businesses needed to change their way of work. So working from home increases the risk, because employees actually, yes, they're connected through the VPNs, but they're using equipment that is at their premises, that is not any longer under the control of the organization. So more or less, this also increased a lot the attack vectoring or organizational attack surfaces or the set of attack vectors. And definitely even current Ukrainian war with Russia increases the necessity to improve our cybersecurity policies. So all those things actually influence the need to go one level up with our security resilience, and always to improve and try to find some way forward. So on the right-hand side on this graph, you can see that based on the European Union Agency of Cybersecurity, all sectors are affected. And even year over year, they are more and more affected. But definitely on the first place still are public administration and governmental institutions. So definitely we need all of us to take care, but we need also to ask for support if there is such topic. And by that, we need to have cybersecurity present, especially because it's very important for the business growth. But from the other side, also the companies need to understand what does it mean and how to implement it in order to grow the business. So I will make some comparisons. So definitely cybersecurity attacks are very similar to the COVID pandemic that we all experienced. And you are actually undermining everything until you're hit by it, and then you're trying to find a solution. So pandemic actually was a very good wake-up call for us on the general level, but also the figures that I will show later also should be a wake-up call for all of us in order to focus more on this topic in the future. The companies also need to focus on and need to know the consequences out of these cybersecurity attacks, because sometimes it could be proof helpful should the attack occurred. So definitely the financial consequences are one of the biggest impact that each and every company can actually experience. Based on some worldwide statistics, over past 5 years, these financial losses for the companies that have been attacked increased for 12%. And it's not only the financial loss. With financial loss, definitely hand to hand goes the reputation. And reputation is something that is very important in nowadays. Or it's everything for each and every company that's quite dependent from the customer experience, from the customer support. So definitely reputation, damaged reputation, even with small bad publicity with that regards and distrust, can make huge impact, even bigger financial impact than the one that occurred at the beginning when the company faced the attack. Of course, compromising customer data, I would not go in details. We know all that this is a very important topic, and we all focus quite well on in order to secure the customer data. But this is one of the most critical parts. You can imagine what could happen if there is ransomware that attacks some clinic and all the patient data are compromised. And with that regards, some patients with serious illnesses, they cannot continue their treatment, or doctors cannot continue their treatments without any data for that patient. Of course, disclosure of business secrets and on top regulatory fines, I would not continue further. We all know how serious they are. But at the end, majority of the cyber researchers actually point out that the weakest point or weakest link in the cyber security chain actually are the humans, are the employees, because they are very easy target for the cyber criminals in order to make them weak in order to share the informations. That's why now I will share, this is very known, let's say, a view for you. You have heard for all those, the most common cybersecurity attacks, but I put on the first place social engineering because I already touched upon. Definitely, cyber criminals, they are trying to use the people, the employees of the companies in order to get there, to get inside the network of the companies. And none of the cybersecurity attacks, neither ransomware, nor any of the malware happened without social engineering. Even there are some statistics that 9 of 10 attacks actually were in combination with the social engineering. So, as my previous actually panelist make some points, definitely making or improving the awareness of the employees is a very important topic. From the other side, ransomware, although it's kind of malware, is one of the most worried one in the nowadays, because the cyber criminals are using very sophisticated actually techniques in order to encrypt the data. So if you don't have any kind of backup solution for that attacks, they are very hard to be detected, and definitely you cannot return your data and your network if you're not going to pay. This was, of course, something that definitely put kind of threat under each and every company when such attack happened, because everything is disconnected from the company, which means network, which means systems, which means employees, everything. And the other malwares, you're already aware of them. web application injection attacks and chain attacks, supply chain, attacks are very often in nowadays, and they are showing also increasing trends. But what I wanted to stress out also that 92% of the detected malware infections are actually through the compromised emails. That also shows the way how the employees are very on the very low level of awareness for these topics. And now I will continue with figures. I already mentioned them in the in couple of slides before. So these are some figures that are actually terrifying by themselves if you're looking, if you can look at them like this. So these are figures for 2022 from worldwide statistics for the ransomware attacks in numbers. But please imagine, what does it mean? 22 days downtime, no service, no business. This is in average last of the ransomware attacks. And in average, those companies that were affected by ransomware paid around $4.5 million. And also, please imagine that half of the attacked actually companies already paid the amount that was requested from them, and then 80% of them are again attacked by the cyber criminals with the similar ransomware. So these are really terrifying figures that are kind of wake-up call that I actually mentioned before. Now I will show some statistics from our group, from our Deutsche Telekom group. And these are statistics extracted. These are fresh statistics extracted from month of March. So you can see that Deutsche Telekom is quite committed in order each and every day to improve our security, resilience, and bring it on the higher level. And definitely by that, we are actually securing our infrastructure, securing our network, securing our services, and by that, we are securing our customers, which is the most important part. Staying committed to what I have mentioned before, definitely we as part of the Deutsche Telekom, we are customer-oriented and we are using our experience, expertise in order to build, and also we are listening to our customer in order to build products, cybersecurity products that will fit the needs of our customers. The left-hand side portfolio is the one that is already present on the market and provided by Makedonski Telekom. Many local businesses are already using our services, but we are not stopping. We are not going to stop there. We continue to improve as part of DT. And definitely in the next period, we are going to focus on the new technologies that will bring tremendous improvement in the cybersecurity detection and prevention. And this is by using the artificial intelligence and machine learning that are capable of analysis of huge number of data and then try to make some predictions based on the profiling, matching with some risks, and then predict some attacks or give some indications that some attacks are happening. By that, we are going to react more proactively than reactively when it would be too late in order to do something. And at the end, I will focus at the main point. So what does this mean? Telecom providers definitely, they are working each and every day on improving the cybersecurity politics, cybersecurity strategy, and we as Makedonski Telekom, definitely we are doing the same. So what are the way forward for the businesses, especially in our country? Definitely the first way forward or first recommendation is to start looking off the shelf. What does that mean? It means that they will need to look, first of all, for reliable partner, and I think that telco providers are reliable partner, especially Makedonski Telekom that I represent currently on the stage, but also they're providing end-to-end solution, starting from first advices, analyzing the network, analyzing the needs, giving the advices, providing the solution, giving the infrastructure, which is one of the best, giving the connection towards that infrastructure, then giving the state-of-the-art solution, and at the end, taking care for management of those services that are related to the cybersecurity protection. This means everything you can take from one spot. And in case of Makedonski Telekom, definitely we are providing such service that is based on the Deutsche Telekom strategy, and it is in correlation with our brand that was actually brand #1 in Europe for last year. So this is kind of a story, maybe it's more, let's say, we touch more the commercial part, and I'm representing the technology, but what we are doing, as I said, as telco providers, because we have very critical infrastructure and networks, is tremendous. And then we are trying, to put that expertise, experience, and products that we have developed, pack it in the small boxes in order to be applicable for the businesses in our country, so we can support them. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Maya. Anyone from the audience? Do we have any questions, comments? No questions? I'll stand up and close this session. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, thank you for listening to us. This was the second session of our first day. Another important information, but off topic, is that dinner will be served at 8 this evening at the place where we had the cocktail last night. So enjoy your time sightseeing on anything. See you at 8. Thank you very much.